which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I call to order the school board workshop for January 27, 2026. Welcome, citizens of Clay County. I want to take the opportunity to thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend today's school board workshop. This workshop is our opportunity as your elected representatives to collaborate openly among ourselves and make decisions that will decide the future direction of our public schools and education of our children here in Clay County. There will be an opportunity for the public to ask questions at the end of the workshop presentation. Questions will be allowed, public comment will not be allowed. If you wish to ask a question, please fill out a comment card with your question and hand that card to a deputy. Your participation is welcome and appreciated. And I think we're going to do the fleet first, or Renaissance? Okay. We're going to start off with Mr. Superintendent Brodsky doing the financial Renaissance plan.
Okay, before we do that, point of order, we do have a new person at our table, Misty Massey. Down the end there is the new Bonnie Onora. I don't think I could say it that way. So we conducted interviews for Bonnie's position. Many of you know March 13th is Bonnie's last day. Huge pillar of what we do at the district office. Misty comes as a principal secretary, great deal of experience in the district, fantastic references, and will do a great job. So I had to tell her about this meeting, and I said, hey, come to this meeting, but by the time I described the meeting, I wonder if she was reconsidering. Today, I think I started off with a thing that said bring snacks, because there's a lot on the agenda. Like when I looked at it, I went, holy crow, we got a lot to do today. I think that's kind of normal. December with the holidays, there's not as much information that comes out naturally, and then you try to double it up in January, so you're going to experience that. So the very first thing is, and I appreciate the board chair letting me go first, is what I'm calling financial renaissance. I think many of you know, I was a classroom teacher for 10 years and taught history. And so the Renaissance itself is, the word Renaissance is a rebirth in history. But this is a relook, a re-examination and a rebirth of finances, because you know that many things had to change at the end of last school year, heading into now for them, and a lot of great work has been done. I think it's important to try to give a presentation that explains that to folks. One of the things that I heard consistently over the months that, and I believe that people just don't know. They just don't know. So I'm going to give a disclaimer before this presentation, right? Any good person gives a disclaimer. The disclaimer is, this is not a wonky, statute-driven presentation. In other words, I'm not going to sit here and go, well, in account 5200, 330, this is like, no, that's red book. This is more about telling the story, and the story of our finances. So you look, this will be a history of the last budget cycle and why it was so challenging, right? Because people will ask me, what's the difference this year from the previous year, right? So I hope to demystify that for you today. What action steps have you taken to address the challenge? Where are we mid-year? It makes sense to me that if you're at halftime, you should take an in-depth look of where you are at halftime, because then that determines the strategy for the second half. So we're at halftime, so where are we financially right now? Okay, so I'll provide that for you, as well as what steps are we currently underway to meet the goals of the plan, and what to do next step for the future. There's no doubt this is a challenging environment. I think it's worth the time to explain, not only for all of us in the room, but for everybody else, right, that's interested in this topic. I will also say that, I will say this unequivocally, I've been in more budget meetings since this all happened than my other 36 years combined.
Yes.
I think this week there's 4 2-hour meetings.
At least, yeah.
This is an intense focus and a big challenge for Clay County schools. So let's talk about it. First, you have to talk in context. What is the environment like around you? We don't operate in a vacuum. We operate within the state system. I found this chart, I thought this would be a great chart to show people. If you look at it, it goes from the 2007 and 8 year, right before the Great Recession, 2008. But what this chart does is it kind of symbolizes state funding and the funding gap that's existed in our state. So when you look at this, Florida ranks 48th out of 50 states in funding for K-12 education. I don't know about you, 48 out of 50 is not a good position to be in. This metric kind of shows you that, and the difference between funding us at inflation or not is roughly about $3,361 per student. So this has been a challenge that has been building, but maybe I should do some pop quizzes too along the way for a little, right? So the question would be, what has changed? If this has been an issue this whole time, what has changed recently that makes it even more challenging, right? So you can see from that graph, depending on what statistic, I've never seen a statistic where we're out of the 40s, the lower 10 when it comes to funding of public education across the way. This is just one that measures percentage of GDP. It's done every 10 years. We were, interestingly enough, we were 25th in 2008, and then went down to 48th quickly. So you see that the funding is not meeting the needs. Just a quick reminder of what's happened. So back in April, May, we started to talk, and then we had individual meetings, and then all of the things that have happened. So the state, some things that happened at the end of the year, the last payment that the state was paying the district, they just didn't pay it. And when we asked, like, why aren't you paying us? We don't have any more money, we're out of money. That's the answer, right? So that'll give you a clue to what's happening here along the way. In addition, remember that the federal government decided to withhold funds for Title I, II, III, and IV at that same time. Then FRS went up 76 million. It went up again, by the way. So that never seems to go down. There was no fourth calculation. So let's put this in context. Never in the history of the state of Florida has there not been a fourth calculation. So I'm trying to provide for you the context of why this year is different. Right? It's never happened before, okay, in the entire history of the state. You take a look at where it says July, vouchers, 30 million, roughly 30 million dollars in vouchers going out of our coffers. And then if you adjusted state funding for Florida public school students, about $400 million down from the previous year, right? So all of that certainly paints the picture of a challenging time at the end of last school year. Also, if you remember, the legislature went into overtime. How many people remember that? The House, the Senate, and the governor couldn't agree on a budget. And there was a lot of maneuvering that's going on. So one additional thing that I'd like to drill down on is family empowerment vouchers. So one thing I'd point out to you that you can see from this chart, in 23-24, that is the year of major legislative changes within that law. That's the year that they said there would be no income cap in order to receive a voucher. What does that mean? You can be a millionaire and get a voucher in the state of Florida. Right? It's not income-based. Right? It's not given to people who are in need. Anyone gets the voucher. In addition, it allowed public school funds to go to private school. So think about that. That's the first time that we said we're going to take public funds and we're going to give it to private schools. So you can see the rapid increase in that. If you just look at the chart, you don't have to know the numbers. You can see, oh my gosh, that like went up significantly. And now the current cost for us is roughly $30 million. So you might say, well, how well run is these vouchers? That picture that you see on the right is the audit that was conducted on the voucher system in the state of Florida. Okay? If you take a look, this is a $4 billion, that's B for billion, $4 billion venture that we're in the state of Florida. When you look at this document, I love some of the quotes from it. They're classic quotes, right? So I quoted what the Auditor General for the state of Florida said about the voucher program. So the administration and oversight of the state education funding for 24-25 school year was met with a myriad of accountability challenges. That's code for we don't know what we're doing. That left the state funding shortfall and a system where funding did not follow the child, right? So the myth of funding, the taxpayer takes their money and simply moves it somewhere else. They couldn't account for roughly 30,000 students. So this is the Auditor General for the state of Florida doing an audit of the program and finding these things to be true. This ain't us saying this. This is the state auditing themselves to say, my God, there are a lot of problems that are existing with this particular program.
I just want to say, Mr. Brodsky, that my favorite quote, and I'm surprised you didn't put it here, was, "What could go wrong, went wrong."
So I look at this with great fascination, like, why aren't people upset? Like, I'm upset. I don't know about anybody else in the room, but I'm upset, right? Because as a taxpayer myself, I would want more efficient use of my taxpayer funds for this particular program. So I try to provide context in the presentation. Like, you're not going to remember everything that's said, but you should remember a couple things. This is something that you should remember. So I decided, let's take a deep dive into Clay County. What's happening in Clay County? So roughly there's about 4,500 students in Clay that get a voucher. So 4,500 students. Of that, 4,000 of them, listen to this, 4,000 of them have never attended Clay County Public Schools. Let that soak in for the impact. Right? If you're missing $30 million, and 4,000 of them never attended Clay County schools at all, right? You can see that the money, that $30 million, is going directly from Clay County schools to private school for private school vouchers, right? Now, I have nothing against private school. Many people know I always talk affectionately about my Irish Catholic background and going to Catholic school. I went to Catholic school till 9th grade and then went to public school after that. The difference is my parents paid for me to go to private school. And I think people don't really understand the context of that. And so what I want to do now is just provide you a different example, totally different. Because people that are not in the education sector say, I don't understand what you're talking about, right? So I'm going to use an example, and I'm hoping that you kind of see it differently. So let's just pretend. Just going to give you an example. Let's talk a little bit about other public services. Let's talk about safety of the people of Clay County. You know that we have a sheriff's office. The sheriff's office is responsible to ensure that everyone is safe within Clay County boundaries, right? Okay, shake your head because I want you to be enthralled by this presentation. Okay, good, just check it out. Do a pulse check. So when you look at that, you say, okay, there's no doubt the sheriff does a great job. And our county is very proud of the sheriff's office and the work that they do, and they should be. And our community is a community that respects law and order. But let's pretend that there's you can pick any subdivision that decides, in our subdivision, we want additional safety and security measures. We want armed guards. We want to put gates up. We want to do this sort of stuff. The equivalent in education is to take money from the sheriff's office and to pay that. So imagine if a bunch of communities, neighborhoods say, they're going to do that, and they keep taking money away from the sheriff's office to pay for that. What happens to the sheriff's office? That is exactly what's happening in public education. But I think I'm trying to explain it in a different context, right? Everyone would say, if the people of that subdivision want to have additional security, go right ahead, but you gotta pay for it. You can't take it away from the sheriff's office to pay for it. So why are they taking it away from public education to pay for it, right? So it's kind of thought-provoking, like, hey, this is a problem when you look at it that way. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of great private schools out there, but there's also private schools that lack accountability. Not every private school is a great private school. In public school, accountability is always present. It's put out there, it's put in your face. You can go to any school district and see every bit of data related to their school. You can't do that with many private schools. Again, not dissing private school. I went to a private school as a youth. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to point out the inconsistency of that. And as a taxpayer, I would want to make sure that my money was spent efficiently, not with accountability, I'm not really sure how it's being spent, to be honest. Okay, this is a statewide problem. It's not just a Clay County problem. When you look at it, 71% of our budget comes from the state. 28% is paid by local taxpayers. So let me phrase that differently. So local taxpayers pay 28% of the bill to run Clay County schools. The state pays 71% of it.
So 7120?
7128.
78, okay.
7128.
Okay.
And 1% federal, right? So when you look at it, when the state changes the formula, does it affect us more than other districts? Yes, if 71% of your budget's from the state, that's pretty obvious. So then the question would be, why is that? Well, the taxable value of land in Clay County is different. So in Clay County, for example, we have 21 billion of taxable land in Clay County. St. Johns County, by comparison, 63. So it's a 3-to-1 ratio between St. Johns County and Clay County, which makes our financial situation a little more challenging than others. Again, I'm just trying to point out to you why this is the way it is, right? So the question is, what do we do? Well, we started to run budget, what I call pre-budgeting, which is taking a look at what the House and the Senate and the governor put out, measuring it, and then saying, okay, if we went ahead and had the ideal budget, which would include things like employee compensation increases, et cetera, what would the cost of that budget be? And then how much is the state going to give you? Expenses versus revenue. At that time, we saw a $60 million shortfall. So that was like, Houston, oh my gosh, $60 million. So just because I'm competitive, right, you guys know that I'm competitive, I wound up reaching out to Mr. Wortham this morning. I said, I'm just out of curiosity, because we had a big budget challenge during the 8-9, during the Great Recession, right, and all of that. So I'm like, all right, is my issue more challenging than his issue, right? That's the competitive streak in me. So he remembers it, just like it was yesterday, by the way. You see, he was traumatized about his situation. I'm equally traumatized, by the way. I will never forget this for as long as I live. His challenge was 16 million. That's the number he quoted. Our challenge was 60 million. It's not a competition, but I am competitive. So I looked at,
Inflation?
well, it didn't factor in inflation, but I looked at it, I thought,
You gotta be fair here. You gotta be fair.
okay, my point is simple. Hey, this is a real challenge. This is not a made-up challenge. This is not like, I just make stuff up. This is a real challenge. Like, oh my goodness. Like, as you know that, many of you saw that on my face and the way we spoke and all of that. You can sense that, because I don't, I never flinch. Whatever the mentality is, anybody around me knows that that's my personality. So then what do? Well, you have to institute a bunch of action steps. So we can take a look. Here are the things that we've already done. Reducing contracts. We reduced Kelly subs by 20%. Conducted return on investment analysis of all of our programs. to see what programs pay for themselves, which programs cost the district money. We reduced all district and school budgets by 20%. We reduced ridership in transportation, put us in line with the current statute, paused all non-essential travel, reduced staff across the district and schools, eliminated building subs, reduced professional learning opportunities, did all this sort of stuff. A lot of stuff had to happen, okay? I just want to focus in on the staff reduction piece of this, because here's some things you ought to know. One, 82% of your budget is people. 82% of your budget. Only 18% is non-people related. So people will say stuff like, well, you just need to cut your budget, but don't touch people, whatever. Like, you kind of see the difficulty in that. You can't, like, do that. That's impossible. 82% of what we do is people driven by employee benefits and salary. So what we did, we wound up reducing allocations by about 252. It's kind of a breakdown of that. How did we do that? Well, when we got together to decide how to do this, we wanted to focus on a couple of things. You see them in the building blocks on the right, which is student-centered. Like, students in the classroom take priority. That's the reason why we exist. Anybody around me, and I think Kelly will vouch for me, that is always what I always bring the conversation back to students. Like, how does this affect students? Like, because so many times I'm talking about things and I'm like, okay, it seems not related to students. How do we break it down to students? So the reduction had to be proportional without affecting student programs. Minimize the greatest to the extent possible on our employees. So when you look at that, both the administrator class, the instructional staff, and the support staff, for me, it was important to have balance between that. And the lion's share should come from the district, not the school. Right, so when you look at the percentage, you can see that objective was achieved with the numbers that were reduced, right? So when you look at it, this to me was so important how we treated our employees. I can just tell you that a great deal of time and care was put into this, and you can see that we didn't have an uprising of folks. Now, I've been in the district where we've reduced 4 or 5 people, and people lined up at a board meeting like hundreds of people were being affected. We treated people with respect. In fact, I even did training. I think even Roger and I did a mock how to talk to somebody when you're telling them this information. I think we even had a script, a written script. Like, there was great detail that went into this, and I was very demonstrative in my approach with principals about how you'll talk to people, how we act as an organization, training, all kinds of stuff. That's why it took a little bit of time. And at the end of the day, we were able to offer a job for every person, right? May not have been where they wanted to be, but we were able to do that, which that made the game difficult to do, difficult. So the question is, where are we now? Like, that's what happened in the past. We're now at halftime. What's the halftime report? So at halftime, we're on track in certain areas. For example, Kelly subs. We reduced it by 20%, and we're at 51% expended. So if you think of it this way, you're at the golden number here on this would be 50% expended. You're halfway through the year. Half of it should be expended at this point. But keep in mind that half is reduced by 20% from the previous year. Hopefully people got that. Electricity, we're at 50% expended, which is amazing to me. Payroll, we're slightly over. One of the things that I'm particularly proud of, and I'll give Ms. Posey credit, is an accounting measure for payroll that tracks it each and every payroll cycle. Like, where are you after each payroll cycle? If 82% of your budget runs through that, it seems like a great deal of time should be spent analyzing that and where we are. So we're right there with that. So many other things that are positives. I put this slide up, and the one thing I wrote in my notes was simply, make sure you tell them that this isn't easy. Like, that's literally what I wrote. So let me tell you this, it's not easy. It's really not easy. Like, this is a 1-minute slide, but the work that was put into this, and I thank the leaders at the school level, our principals who've done an amazing job, as well as the district leaders in doing this. To kind of be at this point is blood, sweat, and tears to get there, right? So, and we're not out of the woods yet. So let me kind of explain the not so good news, right? So here's a balanced view of it. We just received our third calculation. So the third calculation is where the state says to you, your projected amount, you're supposed to have this many students, this is how many you have, and then this is your effect on your budget. Would be the easiest way to kind of point that out. Now, each year, the state has over-projected. The state gives you 3 models. They say, here you go. You don't get to like pick a number, like 40,000 or whatever our number of students are. The state says, you're picking this one, or this one, and all 3 of them are higher. So when you get to this point, what happens is the number of students you actually have versus the number that were projected, it's going to naturally be lower if the state guessed high. Everybody getting that? So when you look at that, in simple terms, the bottom line difference for that, $4 million. So that's a $4 million negative that goes in that column. And if you like the concept of misery loves company, then you look at St. John's was $8 million, by the way. We've seen this across the state. This is not a Clay County thing. The projections are higher than the number you actually have, then the state writes it off in your budget. So that's kind of where we are. In addition, our health insurance has a negative of $1.1 million, right? Because the cost of health insurance goes up, right? So there's still challenges. So what I wanted to do on this slide, I don't know how successful I was, but just kind of say, hey, this is where we are at halftime. This is a lot more work than a single slide can point out to you, and at the same time point out a lot of positive work. I mean, you aren't out of the woods yet. Like, it's halftime, right? Games are won or lost in the second half. So that's kind of the approach there. So that's where we are midway point. So strategic financial goals. Our very first goal, there's only 3 of them in this Renaissance plan, is to provide compensation for our employees, right? So one of the things I'm going to do is provide you with some context of how we've done in the past in regard to this and what we need to do in the future related to this particular goal. So I always look for a new way to explain something, because I think sometimes when you explain it a different way, something else clicks with people, right? So this is a new chart. You've never seen this chart before. But what this chart illustrates is the cumulative effect of recurring expenses. So when you see the 1920 year, you can go over to the right, you can see that the district paid an additional $6.3 million out of general fund in order to pay, this is just, by the way, instructional employees. We still have the support employees and the administrative class also that's not even on this graph. So this is kind of misleading in that regard. But you can see the 6.3, then the next year it's 1.8. So notice how it builds each year. So the concept of recurring cost is once you pay it, you have to pay it in the next year, right? So a little fun math, if you wanted to do fun math, is when you look at 1920, you can see 6.3, okay, it's 6.3 million. Then the next year it's 1.8 additional dollars. Then the next year it's 3.6. So if you were to add up each one of those, here's a statement for you, $92 million additional since 1920 school year in recurring cost. And you would find that number by adding all of those columns up, because the next year you have to pay that bill plus the next year's bill on top of it. So if you add them all together, it's 92 million. So we-
Mr. Rossi, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Just before you move on. So in 2020 and 2021, it only increased to 1.8.
Yeah,
But this year, where we've technically hurt the most, we increased it to 5.3.
no, that would be the 25-26 school year. It's not on there. This year,
So 24, 25, 5.3, that's
yes,
not,
It's last year.
last
right,
year.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, last year.
Okay, so you have it, so this past,
Yeah, this chart does not show
okay,
this per year. So when you look at that, you say, okay, well, so a couple things about the chart, just so you know, right? It's only instructional, that's very important, right? We still have to pay our sport employees. When you take a look at this, and you were to look at the additional challenges, no insurance increases in 6 years. So let's kind of talk about that. So anybody that's around, and certainly anybody that has a company or business or whatever, would say, if you haven't increased your insurance premiums in 6 years, that is amazing. Unheard of. So here's the thing that most people don't know, is that did insurance go up? The answer is yes. Who paid it? The board did. We didn't defer that cost onto our employees. We paid it. So when you look at that number and you say, okay, hey, we paid $27.1 million of increased base salary for instructional, it's actually more than that when you factor in benefits, right? We didn't even put that in there. So, by the way, those numbers for that time frame would be more than 2 times the all-time record in the history of Clay County. So, to say that that's a good record would be an understatement, but also I would caution you, we got to do better, right? But I think first you got to know what you did before you say I got to do better, right? When you look at that, I look at that and I go, wow, that's amazing. Now that's not the story that's, that Facebook warriors like to tell, but these are facts, not Facebook, right? So just please know that you've done a great job, but now we're in uncharted waters. From what I told you at the beginning of the presentation, the things that have happened to us this year have never happened before. So now we're in uncharted waters. It's not the same. We're not playing the same game anymore, right? The rules have changed. So now we're trying to adjust to the new rules, okay? So the
Mr.
second,
Roski, real quick,
yes, ma'am.
on the chart, because I think this is a phenomenal chart that you guys made. Is
I
there a way?
know it all, Kelly.
Yeah, I said, well, you all, I'm just trying to,
Okay.
yes, thank you, Ms. Watt. But I'm wondering if that could be sent to me, or maybe the
Sure.
board wants that graph. It's very easy
Sure.
to see exactly what we've done, and I really appreciate that graph.
You're welcome. So the second goal is to increase financial and operational efficiency. You do that every year, but now it becomes so paramount. As funds shrink from the state and where we are financially, you have to take a look at every operational aspect. That's why the next presenter is talking about the white fleet, which is the white cars that we use. Like, how do we maximize that? How do we reduce that? How do we make money doing that? Because now every bit of operation of what happens in the district costs something. So we have to examine that for efficiency far more closely than we ever have before. We're doing that. We're doing that work. You can kind of see up there and on your piece of paper in front of you all of the rationale for why this is so important. It's in our 5-year strategic plan also, right? So I'd also point out to you that all of this is audited. I always laugh because anybody that runs for office, particularly school board, first thing they talk about is we need to audit the school district. Oh, we gotta audit it, we gotta audit it. There's literally 11 audits that are listed there, including the board's internal audit as the newest one. We welcome the audit. Like, that's not even a thing for us. Like, there's always an audit going on at any point in a school year. It's highly audited and available on the transparency page. And the third one is to strengthen the fund balance. I know Vicki's gonna have to close her ears on this one, but I'm gonna tell the truth. The fund balance is a challenge. The state law says you have to have a 3% fund balance by state law. And by the way, some districts have within board policy a different number of 5% or whatnot, but I just wanted to provide context. The beauty about being superintendent is I don't have to actually vote on this stuff. I just get to present the facts to you, right? So here are the facts when it comes to fund balance. And this statistic really just kind of blows me away, and I thought it'd be important for the board to recognize why fund balance is important. When you look at fund balance, 3% in Clay County is $11.52 million. If the 3% represents one payroll cycle, the January 15th payroll cycle that we just did, how much went out the door? $13.6 million went out the door. So one payroll cycle is more than your fund balance, your entire savings account. Doesn't that sound risky?
Yes.
Can you tell everybody what happens if we go under this fund?
Yeah.
So if you go under the 3% fund balance, if you go between 2 and 3, you have to submit a formal plan to the state. If you go below 2, then the state comes in and takes over operations.
And in addition, 3% as the minimum is the red light, the warning, right? 3%, like you cannot, that's the bare minimum, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I was trying to paint a graver picture in the sense that if you can't even pay your employees one time with that, that's not a good position to be in.
Yeah.
Now, there's a balancing act between having a fund balance that's higher. For example, if we were a district that had a 14% fund balance, I can see the argument for taking money from the fund balance in order to compensate your employees, right? But when you're at a bare minimum and the warning light is on, it makes it more difficult to do that. So if nothing else, I provide you a rationalization for fund balance. In addition, you don't know what's going to happen, right? The purpose of a savings account at your house is, what if the hot water heater goes out? What if the car needs repair? What if, like, all of these what ifs, you have to have some place to go. There is no credit card for school districts. It's not like, hey, we'll put it on our credit card and we'll pay off the debt later. The only debt the board has is when it builds new buildings and has bonds related to new construction. There's no like secret credit cards that you can go ahead and do that like you would potentially do at home, which is not advisable. That's a whole other story. So what do we, student vouchers, right? You don't know how many vouchers you have. You're not sure about it. Enrollment shifts. You're not sure the financial uncertainty at the state. Like, there's a lot of unknowns. This job would be so easy if everybody would tell us exactly how much money we get and how it's going to work. And what are you not going to change next year, right? If we knew all of those, we'd be able to like nail it down to the penny. Life doesn't work that way, and it doesn't work that way for school districts either. So then, what is the plan based off of? It's based off of 3 pillars, which are decreasing expenses, increasing revenue, increasing enrollment. Like, those are really the pillars to financial strength. If you said to me, what do we have to do in order to increase our financial strength as a district so that we can achieve the goal of compensating our employees at a greater rate, this is it. And this is so basic. Decrease what you're spending, increase the money you get in, and also increase enrollment. If that's how you're paid, that would make sense, right? It's a way of making or generating more money. So when you look at it, here are the things that are currently underway when it comes to decreasing expenses. All the things you see listed up there. Conduct a comprehensive review of allocation and funding sources. We've already started the allocation process for next year. That starts like right away as soon as you come back. It's not like it just happens at the end magically. So what are some things that you do related to allocations? Well, you want to make sure that you pay all of the allocations that can be paid for out of a different funding source than general fund would maximize general fund ability, right? So that process is going on right now. Supplements. The board pays a little over $3.3 million in supplements. We're examining the supplement package, openly. That'll take a month or two in order to get to that point. The budget control is very proud of business affairs. Review of payroll happens all the time. Like
Mr.
we're,
Brodsky, did something change in the supplements? I know it is attached, this week I read.
We have not, the supplement package won't come until March, April, so we still have time to examine that.
Okay,
And those are job descriptions for the supplements.
yeah, there was a chart in there about like
Yeah.
high school track, that kind of thing you evaluate later?
Right.
Okay,
So
so it was just a
the job
list.
description is just, what do those people do? The allocation is, we're actually gonna get
Okay.
one of those at some point. So one of the things that we've done a good job through HR is making sure that our job descriptions are up to date. Before, we had job descriptions that were like 20 years old, and when we did an audit, Opaga audit, that's when they said, hey, you guys gotta refresh these and really examine those, so that's part of that process.
Mr. Brodsky?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can, very shortly, just because I've had some questions about this and people were under the impression that the board went in and just kind of made cuts to allocations essentially without recommendation. So can you just quickly, the process of how when we did the 240?
Sure. So very quickly, we looked at what's the objective? You have to have an objective in order to decide what rationale you're going to use. One, had the least impact on students in the classroom. So you would notice that there was a higher percentage of instructional people that are assigned to the district that were reduced. So what are we talking about there? That would be people who are instructional coaches, those sorts of people. It seemed to me, if you're in a financial situation, the teacher that's physically in the classroom in front of students takes priority, right? When you think about the logic of that. We then took a look at what percentage would be instructional, what part would be support, what part would be administrative, to ensure that there's a balance between those three, right? You can't reduce teachers and not reduce administrators. In fact, that percentage should be higher if you should take the lead. So you can see from that data, that's what happened. The district should take more than the school, because that's where the kids are, right? So all of those factors are done. Then we went to principals and we said, okay, based on the number of students that you have at your school, like at Oak Leaf High School, for example, versus a Swimming Pen Creek Elementary, this is the number that if you had to reduce, based on the percentages of students that you have, what are those positions that you feel like you can go ahead and continue operations, maximizing or minimizing the impact on students and staff? What are those recommendations? Then we sat in that conference room, Kelly, how many meetings? I don't know, 20.
Double digits.
20. And went through it line by line, by line, by line, by line. It's probably the toughest
Yep.
process. I think we met one time, where's Treasurer? I think we met one time for 2 hours, and at the end we said, I don't think we did anything. Like we admitted to ourselves, because we're so people-centric, we care about people, right? We're in the people business, it's very tough to do that. And so great care was, so it wasn't a willy-nilly, it certainly wasn't the board, because the people that actually do the work at the school, even I wouldn't pretend to know whether or not X position at X school would be really necessary. I'm smart enough to know I should trust the people that actually do the work on that decision, which is what the board did, and to a certain extent what I did. So that was a very painstaking process, but certainly not, the 20 meetings or whatever the number is, I certainly wouldn't call it willy-nilly. It's pretty much 8 people around a table looking line by line at every position. and impact. Like, can we actually do that? Like, make sure. And a lot went into it. I'm, a lot of, this may sound bizarre, but I'm very proud of that work. Because I think we did it respecting the people that work for our district. We did what was necessary, and we minimized the impact on our students, which is our primary responsibility, and our employees. So we checked all of the boxes in my mind for success of that program. Now, I wish we never had Deadweight, right? So that's a whole other story, but I'm proud of the way it was done, let's put it that way. So back up there, the budget controls, you can see that. Budget meetings, I think I got 4 this week. It seems like I'm always, like they're gonna give me an office in business affairs. So then in operations, you see the White Fleet, you're gonna see that here in a minute, reviewing the contracts and school boundaries. And one of the things we'll have to talk about at some point down the road is the school boundaries, like all of that, maximizing our boundaries and maximizing our schools, which is a whole another can of worms. So then, increasing revenue, we get paid in a bizarre way. So this is my best 2-minute version of how we get paid. Okay, we get paid through a process called FTE, full-time equivalent. So students' enrollment is different than what you get paid. Let that soak in. Right, so you don't get paid based on the number of students you have. You get paid on the number of students you have and who those students are. And when I say who they are, I mean, what is the cost to educate them? So I thought this was the easiest chart to kind of illustrate this point, and it's a very complex, oh gosh, I don't even know how many parts to the FE there are, probably about 20 calculations that are used along the way to come up with a number. But essentially the point I'm trying to drive home, if you look at the chart on the right, you can see that not every student is paid the same. So let me give you some quick math, because I'm not a good math person. Sister Sorica would have beat me back in Catholic school. So when you look at the chart, let's pretend the base student allocation is 5,000 per student. You can see, maybe I should ask some math questions here. No, I'm not going to do that to you. So when you look at where it says 112, see where it says basic 4.8 with ESC services, it says 1.0. So if the base student allocation is $5,000, 5,000 times 1 is 5,000. So for that student, you get paid $5,000 to educate them. Now I'm going to take you to an extreme example. Let's pretend that the student is deaf or blind, which we do have students that are visually impaired. We do have students that are deaf. Let's pretend that those students are a 254 on that chart. That 5,000 now goes to more than 15,000. Because the blind student or the deaf student or whatever the category is, it costs more to educate them than the other student. Then you can see it goes all the way down to 255, 6 times the base student allocation, right? So enrollment and how much you get paid are different. So it's not just the number of students that you got, of course that's important, but it's also what type of program they're in. Everybody kind of got the concept? Now that is very basic in regard to explaining how you get paid. So the number of students is important, but also what programs they are is important too. So one of the other ways that I'd like to openly discuss with the board for the first time to raise revenue when it comes to compensation is through the 1 mil. The citizens of Clay County from 2018 on have approved the 1 mil. Primarily, we used it for student safety. And you can see examples of all the things that we've done over the years. We pay our police department contracts through there. So to give you an example, the Clay County Sheriff's Office contract, about $7.2 million. That is, and then you got Green Cove and Orange Park. There is a school officer in every school within Clay County. Safety if you can't do safety, you really can't do anything. Because that is, people send their kids to school with the expectation that we're gonna do everything we humanly can in order to keep their kids safe. We've done that to a high level. You know, in addition to the people involved in that, you have fencing, mechanical gates, cameras, badging systems. There's all kinds, single points of entry. There's all kinds of things that we do in order to keep students safe. I believe we've reached a point in the process where we also need to look at recruiting and retaining employees through that process. Now, I know we wanted to make sure that there was clarity from the voters related to this issue. So I want to bring it to the board's attention that I'm recommending that we do this for a variety of reasons. I believe we can do that as far as the safety portion of it versus the employee compensation portion of it. In addition, our neighbors all do that, by the way. St. Johns County does that, Duval does that. We have to compete with the people around us, right? So I don't operate in a vacuum. I can only tell you the world that we live in. So we compete for other people to retain high-quality employees. Employees are the lifeblood of what we do. We don't, at the district level, actually do the work. It's people at schools that do the work. And so honoring that is one of the ways that I'm recommending when it comes to increasing revenue. Not sure if any board member has any comment related to that, but we've reached the point in the evolution of where we are that I've made the judgment that this is the proper path for our district. I want to formally tell the board that that is my recommendation.
So, Mr. Superintendent, can I just
Yes, ma'am.
give you my thoughts?
Yes, ma'am.
So for about 1.5 years, this has been on my mind, right? And there's been so much disruption when it comes to our attempt to pay our teachers more. It's a very volatile, emotional subject, and we all know that our teachers need to have more money. So, like, from the bottom of my heart, and also thinking logistically, since our neighbors have all done this, and I know our plan would look different than our neighbors, because that will depend on how we do it, but I honestly can't see any other way to support our teachers. There's a lot of talk about teachers too, right? We all talk about teachers all the time. But I think the thing that really gets my heart is our support staff, right? Who make very little money, people who work with kids, who have extreme difficulties in school, the type of days they have, like in a self-contained. So when we go through the process, I just want to make sure, because I think the recommendation from you is an excellent recommendation, and I will support it wholeheartedly. I'm just hoping that everybody knows as we go through the process that yes, our teachers are important, but I'll tell you a quick story. When I was at Wilkinson Junior High and we got our FCAP money back then, I always knew that teachers were important. So when you got your bonus, I spent about 8 years there making sure everyone was important. And that school actually gave up their FSA, FCAP money every year. We donated every dime to the school for the kids, right? Because I believe when I was a teacher that cafeteria workers and custodians and all those people are essential for me to teach the best I could teach. Like they were as important as I was. And so I just wanted to say it's a great thing that you're thinking through this, but also that we need to make sure people are aware that we're a whole unit, a district, right? With all the people who are in dire need of our raises, so.
Thank you, appreciate that. Anyone else?
Well, I'd have to say that we have all been on the same wavelength, basically. And Mrs. Trotman gave me some in-depth understanding of our system compared to the other counties. And obviously, there's some other things that we need to do to get on track with being competitive. So, I mean, going back to 2011, when we transitioned to the state's performance pay model and elected not to maintain the grandfathered system, that's something in itself we need to look at so we can be competitive. So I think we're all, probably, I hope we're on the same page. But yeah, definitely support staff work. I think, you know, in all the quagmire, that hurts more than being at Bannerman at Christmas time and seeing 2 bus drivers leave. That was, you know, just because they could get a supplement. That was hurtful.
I think too, it's what's fiscally responsible here. When we talk about, at the end of the day, the board is responsible for paying our employees. And when we look at our fund balance and the situation that it's in, and 3% of that fund balance is less than what it would cost to run one payroll, this gives us the ability to maximize the use of our revenue in ways that we're currently restricted and can't. So it allows us to do it with transparency, and I think it also gives us the flexibility that we need when we are so dependent on the state. We have to control what we can control and give ourselves the flexibility that we need to make our budget work. And I think that this is a step towards fiscal responsibility and leadership.
I'd just like to echo Ms. Gilhausen when she says transparency, because there's been so much that has been going on the last couple of months, and I think people are just misinformed or just don't want to hear it, or have leaders that don't necessarily fully transparently say what's going on. So I think that a 1 mil is going to help, because we are so reliant on the state. And I don't think people understand that each county's pie chart is completely different than the next county. So comparing us to St. John's and other counties is not the same. And I think for Clay County's purposes, because so much of our revenue comes from the state, that this is, at this point, right now, our only option in compensation. We've said it 1,000 times, we gave it when we've had it, and I think it's taken real leadership within our board to say, hey, we have to pause because of what's happening, all of the historical things that have happened in this one budget in 1 year, and how certain decisions can be so detrimental to one's budget. So I think that this is going to be crucial in paying our employees, especially when, like I said, I mean, I don't want to fully blame the state, but I mean, when we're in the predicament that we're in such a short little time, I think that this is our only option at this point. But I would have to pause to say, and I know you and I have talked about this, we have to be very intentional on our verbiage. And then God forbid if this doesn't pass in the next 5 years, what do we do? So that's something else that I wouldn't be responsible of a leader to not mention that, and saying that we need to be prepared for that as well.
I think that's an excellent point. When you talk about what this 1 mil has funded historically, and we talk about a $60 million shortfall that we experienced this year. Should that 1 million go away, that's an additional, essentially $20 million in a school year.
So I'll say this openly, the contract with the Clay County Sheriff's Office would have to be restructured or eliminated without the 1 mil to back that. So think about what that says. So I really believe that, well, first I believe that voters will see the necessity to keep our students safe. That's step one. I also believe that they also will see that having high-quality people around their children is also a necessity. And we've been blessed to have that, because we do have fantastic employees in this district. Many people know I talk gushingly about that fact. I think it's why people work in Clay. When they have a financial impact or could have a financial benefit by going somewhere else. Because we try to create an atmosphere where people feel valued. And that's still important, and I get it.
And where else can you win a car?
To win a car for Teacher of the Year, yeah, who knew?
Tax free.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to echo on what Board Member Richard Hanson said about staff, employees. Well, at least in my mind, when I'm thinking about employee compensation, I'm thinking about staff at the same time.
Yep.
The staff employees, so
Yes, sir.
I agree with her that we should take care of them the best we can. Also.
Thank you so much for that. Now, the question would be, how do we make that happen? I got a timeline up on the screen now that you also have in front of you. Here are the, like, dates and milestones. It's not written in stone. Some of them are, like, June 12th is the deadline for the BCC to put the referendum language. So you can kind of see I've laid out how to get to that point and major milestones along the way. Of course, the verbiage of the ballot language be coming up. You can see a potential time frame there. And then how to do that, the mechanics of making that happen. I do believe that our folks in the community know that having a good, strong public education system is important. It increases the value of homes within our community, makes businesses want to come here. Public school is important for so many reasons, whether you have a child in public school or not. It's the very fabric of our community. So super duper important, and there's a process to get there. And I've already exceeded my estimated time, so I'll move through it as quickly as I can. So you see the increased revenue, and then the third part of that is enrollment. So remember me telling you about FTE. If you want to look at numbers of students, and when I first saw this chart, I thought it looks the same, right? That's the quick estimation, because it is. Our enrollment, our physical number of kids that come to Clay County District Magnet schools, not the same, historically over time. What we are seeing, though, from the FTE perspective, is just that the growth when it comes to number of students increasing has slowed down in FTE, which is not number of students. It's how much you're actually paid and what programs they're involved in, which is much more complicated to figure out than this chart. So one of the ideas that was brought forward was, hey, you should tell people about all the great things you're doing within the school system. I think it was Ms. Hanson in our last meeting, right? So I know that Sabrina is going to tell a little bit about that, but just a little preview of that. When it comes to enrollment, you have to do several things. You have to point out what you have. Most people don't know what opportunities are involved in Clay County schools. So when I talk about school choice, which I'm a proponent of school choice, not every family is the same, not every student is the same, right? So, and every student has different interests. But the programs that we have are high quality, and they cover the spectrum of every possibility as to a choice you may want to make, all within Clay County schools. So telling the story of Clay County schools is one piece of it, and then capturing the entry points, helping families find the perfect learning path for them. You know, I'll talk to a parent and they'll say, I'm not sure whether I should do dual enrollment, AP or ACE with my child, right? There's a lot of options, there's a lot of choices. So we should be guiding them in a more effective way. And then what we refer to as the family experience. We simply need to make it easier for people to attend our district. Sometimes we overcomplicate things.
I'm sorry.
The enrollment process and all of those sorts of processes, we should look at how do we make it easier for people to access us, and she'll talk more about that. So we'll spoil the presentation. My great work there. So 97% graduation rate, highest ever in the history of Clay County schools. And when you take a look at this, one of the things, it was a cool graphic.
So it was
All of that
Can we go on the
information
website, yeah.
is on the transparency,
transparency.
the transparency piece, and we'll update this plan as time goes along. So just wanted to tell you where we've been, where are we now halfway, what's the plan for the future, and I appreciate the comment. Yes, ma'am.
Just real quick, some people have been doing news stories or whatever about our graduation rate, and someone in my family said to me, oh, you're at 95%, and Putnam's the highest in the state, but when you go to the website, you can look up the 97%. Do you have any idea where that confusion's coming from?
Sure, the 97% are our 7 high schools,
Yeah,
not the overall rate, because we also have DJJ schools base.
okay, so that's why it's 97% on the website,
Right.
reporting numbers, versus what people are looking at.
So even our 95% statistic from last year
Yes.
was based on our high school revenue.
Okay, all right,
So if you would look at the total, including DJJ, it was probably around 93.
yeah, I just needed some clarification, so when I respond to people.
Not that I'm competitive, but it's one of the top 10 graduation rates in the state of Florida.
Yeah,
Overall, so a lot of good work being done. So now to kind of drill down deep, if I could, is one item on that plan was the White Fleet, right? There's one single item. We do have an expert here, Jean Rene, okay? He's impressed that I can say the name, right? Jean Rene from Enterprise is here. He's going to give a much quicker presentation than mine. Let me just say this. I appreciate you listening for a longer time. That was important. It was important for us to not only be on the same page, but for our employees to hear what he's saying, and for other stakeholders to hear that too. So I greatly appreciate the amount of time that I had in the process. So I'm going to give you the clicker, sir, and would you like for me to pass out that? I can do that, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What would you like me to say?
And how about up front?
May I use this area here to just?
Do you need a little podium? Is that? And you feel free to move that.
Excellent presentations.
Go back to the gym. That's a sign. Put the floor on a little bit more.
we all.
Well, good morning. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Gene Bordas. Jean Rene is my name, but everybody here. Long story. I came here in 5th grade. I was about 10 years old. My teacher couldn't pronounce my name. I couldn't correct him because I didn't speak English. So it ended up being Gene from that point on. But it's Jean Rene Bordas. I'm with Enterprise Fleet Management. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning to kind of share a little bit about who we are and the work that we've put in with your team over the last 12 months. Most people are familiar with Enterprise Rental Car, same company, just a different division. Our goal really is to leverage the infrastructure and the resources we have on the rental car side, go into our communities, find government entities, for-profit, nonprofit organizations, where we can see if it makes sense for us to partner together and see if we can run a little bit more efficiently by working together versus them doing it on their own. So over the last several months, we've had the opportunity to work with your local team. And first, we really wanted to make sure, are we even a good fit? Because we know we're not a good fit for everyone. So what we determine as a good fit are really two things. Number one is, can we provide cost savings? So number one is, if we were to partner together, would it be an added cost? Would it be cost neutral, or would it be cost savings? So we ran some analyses to figure that out. Second thing is operational efficiencies. Are there ways that we can help you operate a little bit better than you're doing historically on your own? And where can we add some value? So we collected some data from your team. List of all your vehicles, all the VINs, actual mileage driven, maintenance spend, just to analyze and to kind of set a benchmark, if you will. Where are you guys at today? And also understand your current situation. How are you guys operating currently without enterprise? That was kind of the benchmark to be able to see where we can help. So with that said, what we found was 42% of your 241 vehicles currently now, 241 is what you have, 42% are over 10 years old. So that's 101 vehicles over 10 years old. 58 of those vehicles are over 100,000 miles. Average age of your vehicle is 10 years old. The average 49 of those vehicles, so 20%, are over 20 years old. Average acquisitions is somewhere around 17, but you can see some spikes here and there, which equates to somewhere around $630,000 historically you spend on acquisition annually to acquire vehicles. And then your holding period is 13.4 years. What that means is that 13.4 years, if you take the 241 vehicles and you divide it by 17 vehicles acquired annually, it will take you 13.4 years to cycle through your entire fleet, meaning your current age right now is 10 years old, but if you continue at that same acquisition rate of 17 vehicles a year, your vehicles would end up being like 14 years old. But the problem is, if you had all the money in the world, you would definitely replace, but doing 17 vehicles a year, $640,000, that's a huge capital outlay. So now having to increase that to, if we have 241 vehicles and we want to have 10-year-old vehicles instead of 14-year-old vehicles, now you're looking at doing like 24 vehicles. That would be a much significant capital outlay, which most government entities, districts, cities, counties don't really have available right now. So that is the current situation. Now, the reason I share some of this is there are some heartburns. So one of the things is safety concerns. I heard safety mentioned several times during the presentation. A lot of the vehicles currently are lacking some safety features, meaning right now you have 129 vehicles that don't have backup cameras. Backup cameras were made standard in 2018. And you can see here some of the ways having some of these safety features have decreased, that's where my accent starts kicking in, has decreased, collisions and accidents and different things like that, right? So, and a lot of times people have it on their personal cars and they'll depend on it. Then they'll find themselves in a company vehicle and not have it, and all of a sudden, things happen. So that's one. Number two is, you have 129 vehicles that predate backup cameras, 102 predate automatic braking, which was made standard in 2016. 76 of your vehicles predate electronic stability control. That was made standard in 2012. Then 39 vehicles predate anti-lock brakes. And that was made standard in 2007, and that's 16% of your total fleet. So there's definitely some opportunity, is what I'm saying, from a safety standpoint there. Second thing is underutilized vehicles. One of the main things that we talked about when we first started our conversations was there are vehicles that are just sitting and they're not being used. How many vehicles do we have actually that are just there? Like, let's make sense. And I see some smiles because that was one of the biggest things that we talked about for sure. So I'll talk about that a little bit later, but there's definitely some opportunity there with some vehicles that are underutilized. Third thing is operating expenses. So we found that age units are less efficient and they cost you more. So you'll see more repairs and more maintenance poured into these vehicles. So there's some opportunity for us to reduce your operating expenses as well. And I'll talk about the impact of the partnership on capital and operating in just a moment. And then lastly, also the loss of equity. So I think in the government space, there's a huge opportunity when it comes to losing equity. These vehicles, as they sit, are worth less and less and less and less. And what we found is one of your goals is really to goal number 2 was to improve, efficiency. One of the things that we're noticing is that people historically are keeping vehicles just way too long. They're replacing vehicles when they've spent the most on it and it's worth the least. And if you want to see what I mean, just go on GovDeals. You'll see all the vehicles that I'm talking about. You'll see that they're going to sell for like $500,000, a couple $1,000, and they've got, luckily the district doesn't put a whole lot of miles, small, area, footprint, so you don't have as much as a county necessarily would, or a business that's putting, 20 or 30,000 miles a year on their vehicles. The data shows on average you're putting anywhere from 4,000 to 7,000 miles a year. So having vehicles now that are over 100,000 miles, I mean, those are really aged vehicles. But what we find is people are spending, they're getting rid of the vehicle when they don't want to replace a transmission or an engine anymore because they're saying the vehicle's not worth it. Maybe it's a $6,000 repair, the vehicle's only worth $2,000, and it just doesn't make any sense. But by that time, you spent the most, but the vehicle is worth the least. And we're like, there's got to be an optimal time to replace the vehicle so that you can get rid of the vehicle before you have to spend significant dollars. But then when you replace it, it's also still worth something that you can invest and put into the next vehicle or use however kind of you see fit. So that is where Enterprise kind of shines, because we have 2 million vehicles of our own in our own portfolio. On the rental car side, we manage another 800,000 for government entities and for-profit, nonprofit organizations. So it's all that, not to brag, but just to simply say we have data. So if you operate an F-150 in the state of Florida, we may have 20,000 F-150s. So we know when a water pump's gonna go, when a transmission's gonna go, when an engine's gonna go, so we can pass that information along to you and say, hey, around 110,000 miles, we recommend getting rid of that vehicle. And then that vehicle's probably gonna be worth at 110,000 miles and 3, 4, 5, 6 years old, whatever it may be, based on your mileage patterns, they may be worth $15,000, $20,000, $25,000. So now you get the best of both worlds. You don't sink a lot of money on the repairs, and you get to walk away with equity, and now you can lower what we call your total cost of ownership for that specific vehicle. So that was a mouthful. Now, your team and I was able to create a strategy. And first, before we even worked on the actual strategy, we wanted to validate something. So one of your team members mentioned and said, hey, what should our fleet size actually be? Because we have way too many vehicles. So we reached out to a couple of our current clients. So St. Johns County Schools is one of our current clients, as well as Sarasota County Schools. We reached out to both of them, got some of their fleet data, they sent that over to us. And we analyzed it, we looked at it by department to see how you guys ranked and stacked against some of theirs and how many vehicles you have. So, because we wanted to make sure, okay, what is the target? What's the ideal number of vehicles for Clay County Schools? Now keep in mind, Sarasota actually has a technical college and an in-house police department as well, so their vehicles are going to be a little bit more than yours. But your team and I agreed that somewhere around 150 vehicles would probably be the sweet spot. So with that said, we said, okay, well, we have a couple options. So if the goal really is to get to 150 vehicles, then if we have 241, we can just sell 141 vehicles and just be at the 150, right? No, that's not right, the math. So if you have 241 vehicles, we can just sell some vehicles and then end up being at, he said he wasn't good at math either, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. But we can just sell some of your vehicles and then just say, okay, well, we'll just defleet, right? We're like, cool, okay, cool, let's get rid of 91 vehicles, that's fine. But the problem is, if you got rid of 91 vehicles, you would still end up with an aged fleet that is still around 10 years old. And even if you replace some of the oldest vehicles, if you did not have the capital to buy enough vehicles to keep your average age at 10 or less going forward, you will still end up with an aged fleet. Does that make sense? So our goal was like, okay, well then what's another strategy? So we spoke to our government team here at Enterprise, because we have a government team that works with government entities throughout the nation. And we said, well, what if we kept 100 of your best vehicles, and then we leased 50 vehicles, so we got you to the 150. That way the 50 vehicles can have all the safety features and all the things, and we can start working that process. And what if we sold 141 vehicles and be strategic with those 141, not just your oldest vehicles, because they're not worth a lot. How about we do some of the older vehicles, but then we also do some of your vehicles with equity, meaning those that are around 6, 7 years old with very low miles on them, but they're losing equity, that still don't have some of the safety features. Combine strategically both of those so that we can create some equity, an internal replacement fund, if you will, to help fund the program. If we sold 141 vehicles, what would that look like from a dollars and cents standpoint? And if we poured that money into the program, what would that look like? And I'll share that with you in just a moment. So the goal is keep 100 of your best, lease 50 units, sell 141 strategically to fund the program. Here's the other thing too, from an operational standpoint, selling 141 vehicles, that's 141 vehicles you don't have to pay insurance on anymore, and all the cool things that happen from selling all those vehicles, your operating expenses will go down. So we want to look at this both from a capital standpoint and also a operating standpoint. So at any point in time, if you have questions, I will have some Q&A at the end, but feel free to interrupt me and ask any questions at any point in time. So now we're going to take a look at the cost. So what we did was work with your team. We identified 50 vehicles, and they determined the vehicles. It's not me. They know how you guys use your vehicles. You know what you use them for. So that can be changed at any point in time, the type of vehicle that is purchased. But we wanted to put a dollar amount on it. So 50 vehicles. Actually, let me do this. Before I go over the cost, let me explain leasing. Because a lot of times when people think of leases, they think of your dealership leases, right? So those are what we call close-ended leases, walk-away leases. And I know it's tempting with all the numbers there to focus on the numbers and ignore Gene, but please. So, so with the leases, so what happens is most leases are, you lease the vehicle, you have mileage restrictions, you have wear and tear penalties, and then when you turn the vehicle in, if you don't choose to buy the vehicle, the dealership has all the equity in that vehicle, right? This is not that. These are open-ended leases, which means, number one, no mileage restrictions. Number two, no wear and tear penalties. Now, those things, they affect the resale value, meaning if it's time to sell a vehicle, at 4 or 5 years, 6 years, and the vehicle's missing a door, you're gonna need a whole lot less than a vehicle with a door. And that's just the way it is, right? But other than that, we don't penalize in any way, shape, or form. And number two is, unlike a dealership lease, you own all of the equity. So because we are members of Sourcewell, we go through Sourcewell for all of this, we've been awarded a contract for the last decade or more, we charge a flat fee of $400. So if the vehicle sells for 20 grand, so we take 400, the district gets 19,600 for you to, and you don't have to pour it back into the program. We recommend doing that, but you have 3 options. You can get an invoice credit against future leases, you can get cash, you can put in your general fund, use it however you, because it's your money, or 2, you could put it down towards another vehicle and reduce the actual payment. So those are the options that you have, but they are your options, and it's something that you can do for each vehicle. So that is what it is. So our leases have a lot of flexibilities. I work personally with a ton of government entities. We do police vehicles, sheriff vehicles, and we're putting lights and cages and bars and all kinds of things on these vehicles. So definitely you don't have any kind of wear and tear penalties. Now, regarding the cost, what we did was we estimated, now keep in mind, average 17 vehicles a year is what the district has done historically. You've been spending somewhere around $630,000 to $650,000 annually to purchase these vehicles. Here, the lease payments on these 50 vehicles would be $613,000 annually for 60 months. But here's the thing. What we've done is we looked at your 141 vehicles, and we estimate those vehicles are worth just under $900,000 is what you have in equity in all those vehicles that are just sitting right now, and year after year the value is just going down, 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 and down. We're saying, why don't we leverage that equity on these 141 vehicles, pour it into this program, and what would that look like for the district? Well, I broke it down by fiscal year for you. So fiscal year, current fiscal year, what we recommend is we can go to a dealer and buy a vehicle for you, or we can go directly to Ford, Chevy, Stellantis and buy the vehicle on your behalf. It depends. We create a hybrid approach. If you need the vehicle today because you have a new hire, you have a total loss or whatever it may be, then we have to go to the dealer, and we have just about every dealer in our network that we can work. You still get your state pricing, none of that changes at all. So you still get all the concessions and all the incentives. But if you go to the manufacturer directly, 2 things happen. Number 1 is you bypass dealer fees, right? And usually that saves anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500. You don't have to worry about the advertising credits and some of those things. Number 2, and this is pretty huge too, is you get to spec out the vehicle. So when you go on a dealer lot, it's already been spec'd and options have been added on that vehicle. When you go to the manufacturer, you can say, I don't want this option, I don't want that option, I want this. So between the dealer fees and being able to spec out the vehicle, we estimate that you can save anywhere from $3,000 to $3,500 per vehicle, on top of all your concessions and everything you're getting for being a government entity. So that is huge. So if we were to factory order, now keep in mind, your fiscal year is going to end here in just a few months. By the time we got the vehicle in, we estimate only 2 payments would be made this current fiscal year. So for those 50 vehicles, you'd be looking at $102,000 is what the spend would be for this current fiscal. And the next fiscal year, starting from July to January, we would, and here you see May, because that's when, if we were fortunate enough to earn your business and work together, we estimate the vehicles being here probably around May or so if you were able to factory order them. Could be even June at that point in time. Some of the vehicles may actually go into, excuse me, your next fiscal year, which means you wouldn't even see the whole $102,000 impact this year. Next year, you would see that the payments would still be the $613,000, but if we sold all the vehicles, you would have $800,000 coming back, so you'd be net positive $270,000. So essentially, 2 years where you would normally spend on acquisition, and keep in mind, I know this year, because of the financial situation, you may not have budgeted to spend $617,000 or $30,000 on vehicles, but you may have next year, but you wouldn't have to do that next year. So that's savings already by leveraging your current equity and then just focusing on cash flow and making it kind of more fixed and budgeted. Our goal would be through the partnership to make it where your budgets year after year are more fixed and budgeted so that you can kind of know what your spend is going to be, keeping in mind what your desired fleet age is based on the data, so that if our goal is to operate 7-year-old vehicles instead of 15-year-old vehicles, how do we create a strategy, work backwards to make sure that not only does it fit within our budget, but it also works efficiently for the district. Now,
Can I ask a question really quick?
yes.
So I'm looking at these lease payments, and for 2 vehicles, it averages out about $50,000 for the year, correct? Am I understanding this?
Sounds about right.
Okay,
Mhm.
so what vehicles are these? This is just an example, will it go up, will it go down depending on the vehicle? And are these vehicles on the side what we have asked to look at, like this Ford and the Ram and all that? Or is that
Very,
an
very good
example?
question. Very good question. So these were based on your current vehicle makes and models that you have now, and we kind of did like for like. So
Okay.
the next step would be getting with the transportation department, which we'll do over the next 7 days, which would be, okay, let's look at the exact vehicles that you need, the 50, and then let's put a dollar amount to those. Now, the thing is, these dollar amounts are accurate, and I don't see, even with the selection, that it would be any more expensive than what it is here. Because what I selected when I do this, I selected the most expensive vehicles for that specific car class, so that when we actually true it up, it actually ends up being a little bit less. And then when you apply some of the incentives that we're gonna get from the manufacturer as well, that number's gonna be a little bit less. So under promise, over deliver, if you will, but you actually get paid, you pay what the actual dollar amount is, if that makes sense.
Yes, I'm just trying, I mean, like, okay, if we're looking at a Ram at 50, that would quote unquote be a deal, but I mean, do we need, I don't know, I'm trying to think of things in my head.
No, that's
I
a
know-
great question. So you're talking about.
I've been
right-
looking at cars lately, and I
Yeah.
can tell you they're expensive.
100%.
And the new car market is or the old car market, well, they're all crashing right now. But my point is do we have to, I know we need trucks. I get that. We can't just say, no, we don't need trucks, but can we get the cheaper car? If it's
100%.
getting us from point A to point B, and then sitting here thinking about a cheaper car, it's cheaper to own. I understand we're gonna save in the long run with maintenance and operational costs, but it's almost cheaper to buy a new car than it is to lease it. But I guess if you do dollar for dollar in the long term, but, I mean, you can get, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud. Maybe I should keep my thoughts.
No, please.
I look at the lease program differently. You're always losing equity. I've leased only twice in my life and returned them. And the thing about what you're talking about, this open-ended lease, is actually a really I'm pretty impressed with the fact that it's an open-ended lease, because what that tells me, I don't know if it's gonna help you at all, it might be a little cheaper to hustle around and find a truck that's a couple $1,000s cheaper. But in essence, with an open-ended lease, and correct me if I'm wrong, it will be more valuable to us because we don't lose the equity, we don't lose any money when it comes to maintenance or mileage, and when we sell it, the equity that it does have becomes our down payment on another vehicle, correct? And so that doesn't happen when we keep vehicles 15 years, they're worth $100, we continually lose that equity. So I'm kind of excited about an open-ended lease, and I don't know if that helped at all.
It
But
does, but I guess my train of thought, I've always, you pay off what you have so that you don't owe, and then leasing was always considered a waste of money. And I don't mean that in a negative sense. I know that's gonna sound out very
That was
negative.
mean.
Well,
I'm just
I
kidding.
know,
No,
no,
you're right.
but I'm sitting, and I'm trying to think of it as an organizational viewpoint, that, yeah, it saves us on insurance, and I guess I would just have to, in my mind, just to help me, because I know we did the bus leasing, and that was, anyways. So my point is, I guess I would want to see it dollar for dollar, for me. I know you have more in your presentation, but for me mentally, I would need to see like what it would be for like operational, like insurance and.
I'll tell you, my
Yeah,
biggest
so-
concern is the fixed cost, the annual fixed cost. Currently, when we own, we're deciding whether we're going to purchase that year if we can afford it.
Right.
If you have a fixed expense, it's not flexible depending on your revenue that year. So that's the part that makes me a little uncomfortable. I mean, the money makes sense. It's, if we are truly paying 600 and something every year currently, this is a better deal.
And here's the thing, so there was a lot kind of shared, I'm gonna try to kind of tackle all of them.
But also, just
real
my
quick.
last thought is, I had to get my brain out of what I know about a traditional lease
Yeah,
and jump out of that little box,
Yeah.
because that makes no sense at all,
100%.
for a district or a government entity to enter into. The only type of lease that would make any sense at all would be something like this. Like
Right.
And maybe that's
So-
where I am unboxing myself in, because
the traditional
And it's a
lease.
lot of information, and prior to me walking in today, people didn't know this open-ended lease structure actually existed, and it's what we do. So like I said, for Sarasota, for St. John Schools, that's what we've been doing. I work with Madison County, we just brought on City of Green Cove 6 months ago. They're one of our clients, work with the police chief, and we do some of their vehicles, and they're putting like $20,000 of aftermarket equipment on their vehicles and everything else. Once you start understanding the concept, it makes sense, but the biggest piece of this is actually the equity piece. Without the equity and having it at the end, if you did not own the equity, this program would not make any sense, 100%. What Enterprise does really well is we sell vehicles, and what we're helping y'all do essentially is what Enterprise, the model is. People think we make our money through rental income. We don't. We buy 2 million vehicles a year. So if we've got an Altima that's 30,000, we may buy it for 22,000, and then we'll sell it for 25. You know, and then all the rental money is kind of, so we'll make money in buying and selling at the right time. And essentially before COVID, Enterprise was like, let's get rid of the vehicle before we have to put a set of brakes and tires on the vehicle. We want to minimize our costs as much as possible, so that we can maximize our lower our total cost of ownership to maximize our profit. So essentially, government entities, you're able to buy a vehicle kind of like Enterprise. If it's a $50,000 vehicle, you and I walked on the deal a lot. We'll pay $50,000, maybe negotiate a little bit, but with your state pricing, you can get that $50,000 vehicle for like $42,000, $43,000.
Right.
Before COVID, it was really nice, but you can get it for $42,000 or $43,000. Here's the unique thing is, with the district only putting 10,000 miles every 2 years on a vehicle, you buy that vehicle that's 50, you run it for 2 years, you've got 20,000 on it, that vehicle is still very desirable, and it's probably worth somewhere around 44, and you bought it for 42, you can walk away, even if you net it out, there was no gain. You drove it for 2 years, and you paid 44, and you sold it for 44, it cost you $0. The traditional way is, I buy a $50,000 vehicle, I run it for 10 plus years, and it costs me $5,000 at a minimum. 50,000 divided by 10, then you stack on maintenance. You're like water pumps and engines and transmissions. So the goal is simply thinking about it a little differently and saying, how can I focus on total cost of ownership versus just, acquisition price, and not put things in different buckets? Yeah, we have to, but look at it holistically. So another thing too is, most people do this, but they'll look at this here, they'll multiply it by 60 and say, here's what I'm paying for the vehicle. Or they'll take this amount right here, divide it by 50 and say, here's what I'm paying for the vehicle. But keep in mind, we have a full maintenance that's included, which means you won't have to worry about transmissions, engines, or anything for the life of the vehicle, because we cover it up to 100,000 miles. So once you back out the maintenance program that's in there, then the vehicle comes out a whole lot less. But what that gives you is peace of mind, and it fixes your operating expenses. We don't have to worry about those spikes and having to come out. Because what I found in the government space is your capital budget is kind of fixed, but your operating, it can go anywhere until somebody says, okay, no more. Number two is you also have a management fee that is built into this. The price is somewhere around, it's less than 1%. It's 0.1% of the price of the vehicle. So figure $40 a month per vehicle. It's on the leased vehicles is what that is. So 50 vehicles, you have that management fee there, but we still manage the rest of your fleet as well. And what that does is, if you go to St. Johns County School, they have Andrew Marco. Andrew Marco is their dedicated account manager. Their job is to look at the market, look at the industry, look at your fleet. They meet with your team 3 times a year. They look at opportunities. Hey, I think this vehicle, we should sell it right about now because it's worth this much. And this is what, the new vehicle would be worth. Here's where you would net out. What are your thoughts? Y'all make the decisions. I live in Georgia, by the way, so when you hear the y'all, just understand. I'm trying to fit in over there, so therefore I have to, I'm just kidding. So,
I mean, I look at this too, because I just bought a new car, I had
Yeah.
to. I had a car that was totaled, and when you buy that maintenance package on my car was like $4,500
Yeah.
for an additional 2 years. And so the maintenance has got to be the gem,
Yeah.
I would think, of the program.
equity first. Budgeted maintenance, where it's fixed, is number 2, because that eliminates those spikes there. So essentially what it means is you can predict your costs or what it's going to be. But our goal is to determine whether 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, what would be the ideal time to replace. And then the industry, like I said, Ford may come out or Chevy may come out and say, hey, we're releasing this incentive on this vehicle, and it's very, very aggressive. So even though the lease term may be 60 months, that's just what we do for cash flow. If at 4 years it makes sense to get rid of the vehicle because you'll be in a better situation, then that's where the Andrew Marco, your dedicated account manager, would come in and say, hey, this is what I recommend doing at this point in time. So the biggest part of this, and included in this cost, is you go to a dealer, you buy a vehicle, you get a vehicle. You go here, you get this, you get a dedicated account team that is part of your budgeting process. So when budget season starts, they're here working with you and helping you predict from a vehicle standpoint, a fleet standpoint, what your costs are going to be. And we are part of every budget process for all of our government entities. And then at the end of the year, we provide a report card. Here's where you were without Enterprise. Where are we today with Enterprise? So that you can see the kind of savings we're able to provide. And then after a year or two, you decide that the program's not doing much or not saving, or Gene made some promises here, Jean-René made some promises here, and he's not delivering on it, then you can walk away from the program because our contracts don't have a term to them. Meaning you can come in and you can leave as easy as you want. If you get 50 vehicles, and I've really deviated from my thing here, but I'm answering the questions.
So if I could just kind of tack on, right now, and I think the board chair just asked me and said, hey, do we have a program like this now that we're doing? No. There's really not an analysis of the age. The board challenged us to think out of the box when it comes to finances and how can we squeeze more money. This is an example of that, right? Because we don't have anybody. Roxanne's not sitting there analyzing the age of the fleet and the potential maintenance costs for that, which is why you see 15-year-old vehicles out there, because we're following the old model, because like Ms. Skipper, I buy a car and then I just drive it until it doesn't work anymore. Then I go buy another car, right? That's how I do it. And and financially for the district, it doesn't make sense financially to do that. So this is a different way to approach that. And you kind of see, Jean Rene was talking about, you can enter the program and leave the program. So this is an item that we wanted to bring to the board. It is a board vote. It is on the agenda, by the way, which is why we're presenting this more.
Well, I'm personally a big fan of hiring experts. You know, we cannot be experts at absolutely
In
everything, so.
Especially in transportation, they get their own gig. Fleet maintenance is not one of their gigs.
And buses are the most important too, like, not the white fleet, like your buses is where a lot of your resources and attention goes. This tends to fall on the wayside. So if we can kind of help here, and our team would be working with your team, so it'd be like additional folks that's added to your team just off your payroll. Essentially, you're paying through this, but then you can leverage them as needed, and you have access to their cell phone numbers. But, sir?
Can we compare, Roxanne, can we compare what he's offering and versus the previous 5 years or whatever to see if we are any?
I got that, that's my next slide. That's my next slide.
Okay.
I got you. So, and I'm gonna go through we're not even gonna go through all these numbers. I'm just gonna kind of high level share it with you, unless you want. I mean, if you're analytical, we can go through it.
High level stuff.
So essentially what we did is we took a benchmark of what you guys are currently doing now. Just keep in mind the cost also. So we were looking at the cost and we were talking about, well, this is a little bit more than it is at a dealer, but yeah, it has the full maintenance and it comes with a whole management team. Because we're a fleet management company. We don't just give you the vehicle and let you do it. We're very hands-on. So our goal with everything and the cost savings is to reduce your cycle from 14 years old to 5 years old. So every year, every 5 years, your whole fleet being replaced essentially is the goal. So you can have, you know, a younger fleet with more safety features. So the yellow line here is your benchmark. Without Enterprise, what are you doing? So before Enterprise, you were averaging 14 to 17 vehicles a year. You got the 17 vehicles here. All your vehicles were owned. Purchase price was about $623,000 for those. Keep in mind, there are some times where you got a couple grants and a few things too, so we kept that in mind as well. Right now, what you would sell the vehicle for on your own when you sold those vehicles, a little over $1,000 a piece on Gov Deals or Surplus Site. What your maintenance is estimated, your fuel is estimated, and what your fleet budget was estimated without Enterprise. So we're looking at about, without Enterprise right now, you're looking at $1.2 million or so with some current spikes. You'll have a little bit of shifts here and there without us. So if we were to implement this program, what we said is if we started leasing some vehicles, and this model is this, if this was our fleet, like if we just ripped the Band-Aid, you have 100 vehicles right now that are over 10 years old and 100,000 miles. Enterprise says, for us, that would be the first to go, because those are the ones that are just eating up at your operating expenses. So essentially, if we did that, you would have, and we move some underutilized vehicles too from the 241, because you have a lot of vehicles that are just sitting. Something that was made aware to us in one of our meetings is you had some vehicles where they had to pressure wash it, jump the battery, turn it on, and the vehicle only had 28 miles on it, right? So those are some of the situations, not in heads. It's just, this is the situation. So if you bring in somebody that can help, I would cycle somebody's driving a vehicle that's really old, and we have a brand new vehicle that's essentially sitting, so we can kind of help right size, right type your fleet, and make sure that we can have those vehicles being utilized more efficiently, or as efficiently as possible. So what we would do is lease these vehicles. You can see what the lease payments would be. The equity, right now you can see a difference in equity. The first 5 years we'd be selling your vehicles, and you can see that they're not worth as much. When year number 5, when we start selling the first set of vehicles, you can see that we're getting a whole lot more equity on the vehicles, because now instead of selling 10 to 14-year-old vehicles, we're selling 5, 6, 7-year-old vehicles. So you're getting a whole lot of money coming back into the program. So essentially your maintenance will get reduced because now most of your vehicles are going to be under warranty. You're putting 5,000 miles a year on these vehicles on average. So time is gonna come first before mileage, for sure. So if it's 3 years, 36,000, the 3 years will come before the 36,000 miles. Your fuel's gonna go down because fuel efficiency is gonna go up. It's law. They have to increase fuel efficiency year after year on these vehicles. So essentially, you can see how much under budget every single year is going to be if we're able to leverage the equity and we're able to lower your operating expenses. And we're predicting that over 10 years, you're gonna see a savings of $667,000 by reducing your fleet from 14 to 5 years old. But it's gonna be up to $1.4 million once we realize the equity from these vehicles here that are being sold as well. So the data shows that there's significant cost savings. Now, the reason we didn't go with this model, this is kind of rip the Band-Aid if this was enterprise. This is an aggressive model. This is saying we're gonna start with 100 vehicles and replace everything that is old. We worked with your team, we created another model that said, hey, what if we just look at keeping your 100 best, leveraging 50 leases, and then selling 141 vehicles over a period of time. Not all at once, because 150 may not be the number, it may be 160. So let's kind of work slowly and get there, but let's sell some of these vehicles to kind of help fund this program. And we may be able to, if we lease 50 vehicles, it may take from the manufacturer, it may take 4 months for the vehicles to get here. And think about 4 months, you're right there at the end of your fiscal. And that gives us 4 months to start selling some vehicles. If we can start selling some vehicles first and having some money there, then by the time you have to make your first lease payments, we can have some money possibly sitting there. So that's where the strategy is for us to work together, but we can structure this program any way you'd like. But at the end of the day, our goal really is to help you right-size your fleet, get rid of some underutilized vehicles, help you operate safer, more reliable vehicles, help you with cost savings, and reduce your age from 10-year-old vehicles to about 5, and see if we can help your budget be a little bit more predictable. So I believe, and I think the data shows that we can help you do all those things, and that if we were able to work together, the outcome would be better than if you kind of did it on your own. So I'm going to kind of stop here, open it up for some Q&A. But there are, in the paperwork that I just gave you, on the back last page, that goes in a whole lot more detail, but the last page you have references, the people you can reach out to, current clients that we're working with. I know they've already reached out to Sarasota because your team was able to get the fleet data from them, and they've reached out to St. John's. And I know that someone in your team actually came from St. John's and was very familiar with the program on the finance side. But yeah, I'll pause here and answer any questions you may have. I tried to keep it short too.
I've got a couple comments.
Yes.
It's probably one of the best lease systems I've seen, so.
Thank you.
And I won't say how long ago because those companies aren't there. Of course, we don't know what our operational savings will be until we get there. But number one, I'd like to go back. It's sad to me that we've got that many vehicles with that little mileage. That tells me we don't need the vehicles. But you said, what was it, 151 or so that we don't need? Can you give me an idea with this chart? Because people will ask what category that's going to be where we reduce that many.
Right, so we have, I don't have it with me now, but I have an Excel spreadsheet that your team has, because they've been reviewing it back and forth and picking, hey, we have this Tahoe here that is no longer needed, let's add that to the list. So what we've done is we've been working on that strategically for several weeks on how many of the older vehicles do we take and how many of the vehicles that are 6 to 7 years old do we actually use, sell, and what vehicle classes are those in so that we can replace. When we acquire the 50 replacements, they align with the vehicles that we're kind of getting rid of. But keep in mind also, when we're looking at 141 vehicles to get rid of, I mean, that's a whole lot of vehicles. So what I really wanted to do, instead of also looking at we have to look at the data from the past, but we're going to work with your transportation department to say, okay, what is the ideal vehicle going forward for your team based on the use cases? Which one's going to have the lowest operating expenses from a fuel standpoint? Because yes, you can get a truck, and trucks are going to have great resale value for sure, but they're going to cost you a little bit more too to operate. Unless you can get a small little SUV that's gonna be able to kind of, depending on how you're gonna use it. So that's where your team is really, they're gonna determine the vehicles. But what we do is, to your point earlier, you can say, I'm gonna do a Ram truck. Okay, great. We don't just look at the acquisition. We ran the data, and because we have all the data, we put all the trucks side by side, Ram, Ford, Chevy, all the half-tons, all the SUVs, and we can tell you which one's the lowest cent per dollar based on the miles that you actually drive. And then, so there's a lot more here. I just didn't want to overwhelm with too much data. But there's also, what we did was, we looked at the acquisition, but we also looked at the end, what the estimated resale price is going to be at the end of the term, with the amount of mileage that you put on it. Meaning, Ram may be the cheaper vehicle to get on the front end because they're really aggressive, but when it comes to the resale on the back end, it's the lowest of the Ford and the Chevy. So where do we net out?
Yeah.
Ford may be a little bit higher on the front end, but it's gonna give us a bigger resale on the back end. So we look at all that data when we make that
And
recommendation.
your trucks always have a higher resale value, no matter what fleet.
For sure.
The only other thing I have, it usually, with insurance, there's a difference between leasing and owning, so we would have to see where that falls to. Although
So-
that should be minimal.
Yeah, and that's great because I usually get asked that a lot. I was just at Jefferson County and they just asked me that last week. I was at a workshop there. They said, what's the impact going to be? I usually tell them, you know, their vehicles are a little bit older. Believe it or not, they're still older. They're 15 years on average there. Y'all are 10-year-old vehicles moving towards 14. But because of the safety features that are on the newer vehicles, you get some credits and stuff. So it all 15 times just evens out. In your unique situation, your insurance should be better because we're getting rid of 140 vehicles that we no longer have to spend money on insurance for. So you're gonna end up in the positive for sure because now you're reducing your fleet to around 150.
But I'm thinking,
Right, but everything is
leasing versus owning.
correct. So we're not putting any kind of insurance savings on here. The only lane 3 is going to be on the acquisition, maintenance, and fuel. But usually that's kind of like even.
Now, if you can tell me how to turn off the anti-lock braking, I'd be very happy.
Out of my room.
I hate that.
Yeah, you don't like it?
No.
My question is more of a district question. Do we need to also, alongside this, look at, I don't know if there's a policy that governs mileage reimbursement versus driving a district vehicle? Because the cost, obviously, for mileage.
The mileage reimbursement rate is actually set by the government.
Mhm.
They tell you what that is. Inside the complete salary schedule, that's the location for the reimbursement, the maximum reimbursement that the district offers depending on the job. I looked at this from, granted out of necessity, been many months that Bryce and her team have, you can see a lot of work behind the scenes. You're getting the 45-minute version at a workshop of that. The idea would be, one, that I'd point out, and I'll just freely admit this, we didn't manage the fleet as effectively and efficiently as we should. So when you hear that, the board chair turned to me and said, who does that now? And nobody does that. Roxanne's busy running transportation. She's not analyzing how much you could sell a Ford versus a Chevy versus at any point, right? So as you see, that wouldn't meet our goal of efficiency, goal number 2. So hence you see this being brought forward. And I think, openly and transparently, they just have the expertise in this area. You can see that we do not have anybody within the district that has the expertise that Jean Rene has, right? So I would say this is his phone number is on the piece of paper that you have. You also have other districts and their phone numbers. So if you have questions and additional, we're looking for a way to maximize funding for that. He kind of presented a way, and you guys always continually challenge me, like, how can we do it different? Here you go. This is different, right? And I feel like we should do that and maximize the efficiency that we have. And this is an example of that. So I think there's other stuff behind the scenes, right? So like the actual folks that actually get a car is a whole different thing, right? So there has to be criteria for that. Who actually uses it the most? Because don't forget, we have a bunch of people that do a bunch of things. So for example, let's take a school social worker. They're traveling to 10 or so schools out there traveling around. So you do the analysis of paying mileage versus a car, you would see that that would wind up, depending on the number of miles, to be cheaper, right? So there's other stuff other than this stuff that's face flooring. What type of vehicle? Maybe a less expensive vehicle because they're not transporting anything. It's not a maintenance worker that has to have the truck with the toolbox and all of this stuff, right? So an analysis of the job, what type of vehicle, hoping that you're seeing like, hey, a lot of work before this meeting, and there's still more work to be done. This is you buying into the concept and the idea, because it is an agenda item, and there's still work to be done related to some of the questions you have. This is not like everything you needed to know is a sign here. That's not how this works. There's a constant analysis of this.
What I like most about it is all the work lies on them. And what I mean by that, once the district figure out what we need,
Right.
everything's on them. And I really feel like, thank you for thinking outside of the box, because
I'm going to give Bryce credit.
whoever was thinking outside of that box, in essence, they have to keep our business,
100%.
they have to do the work to make it equitable for us. And so I feel like that's a really, really good match, because they don't want to lose our business, so they'll do the best they can for us. And that's kind of,
I want to ask too, is there a way, which I know you're going to continuously be, especially like the first year, is there a way that we can, once we decide what vehicles we need, what we want, when we get this thing started within a year, I would say a year, can you make sure this is still cost effective for us, that we're still, that we're on the upside of things, and then maybe report back to the board a checkup saying, hey, this is actually working for us, this is the money we've made, this is what we've done, and maybe even like a mini one after you do it.
Like a yearly update, yeah.
Just to make
Similar
sure
to
that we're
what
not
we do with-
wasting money, do it.
Kind of similar to what we do with our electrical efficiency program, electricity efficiency program. I guess my question was, do we as a board need to also look at, I don't know if it's administrative procedures or if it's policy about who gets a vehicle, and if you're assigned a vehicle, are you also allowed to ask for mileage reimbursement? I don't want to have duplication of costs. Like if we're paying for a brand new vehicle, we should not also be reimbursing mileage.
Yeah, you can't do both. The who, it's in the complete salary schedule, the list of who can receive a vehicle.
Okay.
It's an operational function as to who to get that. You can imagine now when you're reducing vehicles by that number, there has to be a re-examination as to who gets the vehicle.
Right, and that's where I'm wondering what's the balance
So
between
that
mileage
process-
reimbursement.
Yeah, that process is going to occur.
Okay.
and Ms. Posey, did you have, obviously, I think you had experience with this program
It started.
when you were at St. John's?
Yeah.
So you've been through this
Just 1 year.
before, kind of?
So, on the accounting side of it, it
Yeah.
was pretty much run through our purchasing department for the rest of it. But I know everybody there, and we've done it, yes.
Okay.
So, it's a good program, yeah, I'm not, yeah.
Now, it's a 5-year lease, right? The lease is 5 year.
Correct.
If a year after we start this, it doesn't work for us, how do we take care of that? Because we're gonna get rid of a bunch of vehicles,
That's a really good question.
and then it's a 5 years, so.
Correct. So a couple things based on what we're, and she was one of the reasons why we looked at the fleet size, by the way, so I want to give her some credit. She said, I think we have too many vehicles here, so can you guys take a look into it? And she halted our whole process as we were going. She came in, she's like, let's go. So we reached out to everybody and all that, so definitely some credit there. But to answer your question, the way, it was just mentioned that it was placed on the agenda for the next meeting. When you vote, if you vote to work with us, just so you know, there's no cost there. That's just for us to engage in a partnership and say, we're gonna try this program. So when you sign, you're not signing and locking yourself into any number of vehicles or anything else. All you're saying is, we're gonna go ahead and do this. Every lease has to go through who your team, when they fill out our credit application, there's authorized signers. Only those people listed can actually sign for leases. So we can sign and say, we're gonna do 50, but your team only signs for 10 vehicles, and we're only doing 10 because that's all that was signed. So we don't have any minimums or anything else. This is simply a strategy for us to implement. So we can go at any point in time, and so if we were able to, if work in our favor and we were able to partner together, just so you know, you're not locking yourself into $600-something a year or anything else. So when we work with your team over the next 10 days to really look at the vehicles we're gonna start with, we can start and say, we can do all 50 right away, your team can sign, or they can say, let's just do 5 now, let's do 10, let's do 15, and maybe kind of like, break it up over a period, because we don't have to have everything done at one time, and you don't have to lock into the 50. It's just kind of like what the data shows and what we can do. To answer your question, when we start the contract and we have it on a 60-month lease, you're not locked in, meaning at year 1, if you say, I don't want to do any more business with Enterprise, you have some options. You can say, I'm not going to acquire, first thing would be don't acquire any more vehicles through Enterprise. So if you have 50 on lease, keep the 50. You can just say now, I can let these vehicles run for the next 5 years, and then there's no payment, right? Here's another thing about the lease that's really cool, this open-ended lease, is at the end of 5 years, normally, yeah, you can turn it in and get the equity, but the other thing you can do is you can run it for another 5 years. You don't have to turn it in. No payment. You just keep running the vehicle at year 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whenever you're ready for us to sell it, you just call Enterprise and say, come take your vehicle. Now, if you want to get rid of the vehicle, let's say at year number 2, you're like, I want to be done with the program and I want to get rid of the vehicles. You just say, hey, Enterprise, can you sell these vehicles for me? We would sell the vehicles for you. Any equity would come to you. Now, because it's 2 years of the vehicle, there may be some negative equity. So if there's some negative equity there, and let's say it's $500, then you would pay the $500 and then you'd be done. But we always structure the deals so that there is positive equity, because the money is Enterprise money that funds all this, and the only thing we have is the vehicles that collateral. So therefore, if we have all these vehicles and they're all in negative equity, we're in a bad situation. Kind of some of the numbers you got to share, like if we had a whole book of vehicles and they were all negative, it wouldn't be great. So we structure it so the payments are a little bit higher, but you get to pay off a little bit more of that equity, but that equity belongs to you anyway. So to recap, you can say in 2 years, hey, sell the vehicle for us. We sell the 50 vehicles, you don't acquire any more vehicles, contract's done. Or you can say, you know what, we're not buying any more vehicles from Enterprise because you're not locked in, it's not exclusive. Year 1, you can get 20 from Enterprise and go to a dealer and still acquire vehicles, that's fine. You can say we're not going to acquire any more from Enterprise, but instead of selling the vehicle, let's run the vehicle until the 5 years or 6 years or whatever it makes sense. And then we just, once the vehicle is done, we can say, hey, Enterprise, give me the title, or hey, Enterprise, sell this vehicle on my behalf. And we'll still sell a vehicle that's 8 years old with however many miles on it for you as well. Did that answer your question? I hope so, because I was very detailed.
And I just want to say, this board in the last 3 years since I've been on it, we have really pushed the district sometimes way outside of that comfort zone and outside of that box, right? I mean, I can think of several things right off the top of my head. I want to applaud the district for actually doing what we've been kind of asking them to do, because it's not easy to go outside of that box and just embrace something brand new, and I feel like when they do that, we should support them. So.
If you guys have any more questions, we've got the numbers, we'll call you, we'll contact you, but I think for the most part, we've got it covered, right? No more major questions?
And Bryce also said that she's available. She's been listening in virtually, and she said she's available too. She's been working very closely with them for a year, so she said she's happy to answer any questions you all may have as well.
Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break really quick, and then At this time, this meeting, and we're gonna have transportation come up with this document.
So good morning, I'm Lance Addison, Director of Facility Planning and Construction. Bryce asked me to come up and make an introduction. As you all know, I was like, cool, I get to be the hype man. So, but I always start out with like the weather. For some reason or another, time I get up here, I start out with the weather. Where can we go on Sunday from 82 and then flip those numbers on Tuesday and go to 28? How about that? That's kind of, just think about that for a second. Anyway, I've had the pleasure of sitting across the hall from offices of the, in my opinion, is and is going to be Transportation Director Extraordinaire. And I think the resume speaks for itself. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce Ms. Roxanne Chiaramonte as the Transportation Director.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Good morning, everyone, or afternoon. I'm not sure where we are on that, but we'll kind of get started into some of the transportation updates. I know there's been lots of buzz and conversations out there, so hopefully this will give a little bit of insight for everyone. Uh-oh, is it batteries? I don't know. Middle button, yeah.
Okay, Bonnie to the rescue.
Well, that remains to be seen.
I'm learning here.
Missy, please note Bonnie's role.
Oh, there we go. No, I just did this so that you can see if maybe, let's just do this again. There we go. No?
Now, it worked for two presentations.
This must hurt. Any ideas, Kelly? That was me against that.
Here we go. Let's just try this way.
Okay, now it's working.
Is it working?
It just started working.
Okay, warm up a little bit.
Here's a backup one.
So just a little background on myself. I did graduate from Clay County School District. I am from Middleburg, Florida here, so one of the locals. I did move to Alabama. I was there for about 13 years, and there I got my bachelor's degree from the University of Alabama, Commerce and Business Admin. Prior to that, I worked at one of the nation's largest paper brokers for secondary fiber. So we sold to all big paper mills out there, and I was their director of customer service. And then brought it back home, had some kids, husband, all that fun stuff, and started working for the district. I was looking for something that had flexibility for the family life, and landed in transportation. So transportation has always been my passion, whether it's buses or trucks. Cargo is definitely a lot different, I'll tell you that. But transportation has always been my passion. So started here in their area manager position, worked my way into supervisor, and I'm director now. So just for today's presentation, just a little kind of snapshot of what we'll be talking about. Of course, mid-year update, staffing, kind of where we're at, what we're doing. And the Chipmunk app, I know that's the highlight reel here, and kind of just some of the good things we're doing together in transportation. So some fun facts. So 30% of our students actually utilize the bus. We run about 180 routes a day. We average about 200 to 250 miles a day as well. So that's a lot of moving parts on a daily basis. Our buses, since we are moving them so fast, we run them through inspection every 30 days. So that helps keep our maintenance costs down also, as our excellent maintenance crew is kind of checking all the buses for any issues that may occur and also preventing accidents. So one bus can actually replace up to 30 to 35 cars off the road. So in Florida, an average is about a 2-kid family. So if you look at those numbers, we can get about, we don't like it to get any more than about 65 on a bus. So that's a lot of cars taken off the road if parents are utilizing the bus. So first half of the year, so our first FEFP count, we were at 12,840 students. This week, we've started our second count. We're also utilizing our scan features as well and kind of comparing those numbers to the paper sheets that our drivers are filling out also. We do eventually want to get into a more digital FEFP count using those scans, acquiring that information as well. Some of our, challenges are our open routes. The open routes are linked to a pretty good bit of what you guys are probably hearing out there in the field as well. When we have not just people that may want to leave, but we have FML, workers' comp. We've had some retirements also that have led to some of these open routes. Currently, I'm sitting at 12 open routes. I will tell you since the beginning of the school year, I've had to juggle about 35 open routes for one reason or another. So now with us getting down to 12, I think that's a pretty big success. My office position, so it wasn't just drivers and monitors that we had open positions for, it was my office staff. So I was looking at about 8 holes in the staff. So that was management, that was supervisors, that was payroll, some of the others you can see here, and that plays a very intricate part into what we can service outside of the 4 walls. Area managers being out there on the roads, being out there at the schools, helping any issues that come from the school side of it, having that quick response back to the community as well. So everyone, we've kind of been able to get all of our positions filled, so we're all rock and rolling again. So some staffing updates here. So as far as our drivers, I currently have 19 open allocations. So an allocation is a contract. So yes, I have 12 open routes, but I have the need for 19 drivers. 4 driver trainees will be eligible for a contract coming up in February. I've got 3 trainees that actually started this week. So they'll be going through our 5-week training process as well. I have 1 trainee that's in HR processing, 6 that are kind of what we call our in-house screening. We do their safe driving history reports, reference checks before we submit them up to HR. And we've got 19 candidates that are being contacted for interviews, so reaching out to them, whether it's email or phone call, trying to get them in for an interview. Monitors. I have no allocations. I have all my monitors filled. So we did start this year in a deficit, a monitor deficit. So everybody is filled, and so we not only have those allocations filled, I actually have about 18 sub-monitors. And what does that mean? That means I now have monitors that can go on our gen ed buses and can help with student management, not necessarily my ESC routes. We've got, of course, if people call out sick, Lord knows there's the bugs and flus and things are going around. That helps us have a quick turnaround. Yep, I've got some subs, now you're going to go on this bus today. Or if we do have those ESE routes that have those students where, yes, you have 1 monitor, but I really could use another monitor, So we're in a position now in our monitors where we can kind of lend a helping hand. So our kind of, breakdown of our open routes. I have 7 ESE routes that I need a dedicated driver for and 5 gen ed. Currently, since the beginning of the school year, we do have our office staff that hold CDLs that are helping to cover routes also. So our driver trainers are out there covering routes. We are doing double ups and double backs, trying to get creative with getting the students home, as well as our area managers and some of our other office positions where people have come up from being a bus driver and still hold that CDL. So let's kind of get into the Chipmunk app. That's kind of our next piece. So why did we move away from Here Comes the Bus? First and foremost, 1 platform. So when we had Here Comes the Bus, that was its separate, I'd say, program. It would have to talk to Bus Planner every night at midnight, and that didn't always happen. So as we're updating route information, if it did not talk to each other that night, that route information would not be available to those drivers the next morning. What does that mean? That means I miss a bus stop because I didn't know I had to go there. So having everything on 1 platform helps that communication stream go a lot quicker, and it actually happens. Faster information sharing. So as far as the updates, reducing the delays and the miscommunications, and the continued use of Bus Planner we already had Bus Planner. That is what we utilized our routing for. So as we're building routes, as we're putting students on buses, that went through Bus Planner. Bus Planner is much bigger than just routing software. They have Chipmunk, which is the parent tracking app. They have some other pieces I'll talk about that they're implementing, like a dispatch module. So as we continue to use Bus Planner and use the additional tools that they provide, all of that information is in one house. And a better alignment with student transportation. So Here Comes the Bus app is under Synovia. Synovia is a large GPS tracking system, but they are more apt to your trucking industry. So a lot of the needs and desires that we needed for bus transportation sometimes fell on deaf ears because it wasn't actually needed for the trucking industry, right? Trucking industry, they don't need to scan students on board. You know, they're just scanning their equipment in the back and closing the door and getting down the road. With Bus Planner, they are for school buses. So they have, I'll tell you, their customer service is fantastic. We've had a lot of, hey, Clay County needs to see these things. Our parents really are requesting to see this type of information, and they are taking it back to their development team and working through some of those projects for us. Initial hurdles, of course, a learning curve with the Chipmunk app as we are moving from one app to another. Understanding, you know, what is the communication flow from the information to the driver, to the tablet, and then the information back out to the end users, which would be the parents. And driver login. So of course, making sure that our drivers are logging in to that app every day. That is essential for those parents to actually be able to see the tracking mechanism that this app provides. So we also noticed that, as we all know in our apps, we have our app stores and there are versions that get updated. So when we were taking these parent calls at the beginning of the year, we were realizing that some of their versions were outdated. So asking them to go back into their Play Store and update their app so that they were getting any of the new developments that Bus Planner had pushed through for the app. So that was helping us a lot at the beginning, getting the parents to see some of these changes. And then student registration, we would get lots of calls, I can't track my student, and the student wasn't registered yet. If they register that day, we can't see anything until the next day. So it does not happen instantly, it goes through lots of paperwork process, and again, systems talking to each other. So lessons learned, of course, as you, with anything new, and as you learn and you kind of work through it, you know, we realized that some of the, I'd say, grumblings, even from the driver perspective, was I'm going to a bus stop and the students pop up on my tablet and then they go away. Well, we realized that had to do with the precision of the bus stop in Bus Planner. So when you look into the routing software and you are creating a bus stop, it may look like it's at the intersection, but if you zoom in a little bit, I have them in the middle of the intersection. So having that precision done on that bus stop, that was definitely one of our pieces that we've had to work through. So we'll call it bus stop maintenance. With some coding and system challenges from Bus Planner to Clay. I'm not going to act like I know all of the technology piece with that, but I think after this I will have a technology degree. But there was some pieces with what Bus Planner had coded for us that wasn't allowing the information to talk to each other. And then we did a soft rollout trying to utilize the alerts feature, which I'm about to talk about. We had to pull that in a little bit. It was a delay. So I am going to put out this alert and I'm going to say bus 2055 is going to be 30 minutes late, and that is supposed to go to the parents to their phone if you have Chipmunk app. So we created a fake route. I put my own kid on the route. We submitted it. It went out at about 7:30ish. It didn't hit my phone until 10:30. That doesn't help. So that was an internal kind of let's see how this works, how this looks. So we went back to Bus Planner as well, and they were able to find something in the technology world that said the information highway was just bumper to bumper, and the information couldn't get through. They waved their magic wand, and that went away. So I think we're getting definitely, as far as with your push notifications, that'll be a lot faster. So some of the key features we are definitely focusing on right now with the Chipmunk app, as I mentioned, alerts and substitutions. So alerts are your robocalls, but they are through the Chipmunk app. So this will allow us to send it via text, email, or push notification straight to the app. So it's going to come up on the front screen of the phone. Oh, my bus is being subbed out today. Great. They don't actually have to go into the app to see that message. The other thing is we can, through alerts, it allows us to do a notification by bus stop. This was not an option, and here comes the bus. Why is that helpful? Say a bus gets into a fender bender, and they only got 2 stops left. Right now, I would have to send an alert to the entire route. So parents from stops 1 through 6, they're getting this alert, but their kid's already home. 7 and 8, I can now choose, I only want these parents to get this notification. So that's huge for us in our world, being able to really get specific on who we communicate to. Substitutions. So I will tell you that's our greatest challenge right now. 12 open routes. We're getting creative with how we're covering them, how we're getting our kiddos home. The system itself, Chipmunk, is very, still some pieces to be developed, I'll say that, when it comes to the open routes. So if you and I are going to cover his route, okay, I'm gonna take 10 kids and you're gonna take 10 kids. So we call that a double up split, okay? Right now, the app doesn't have the ability to give his parents visibility on GPS if we do that. They are working through that, and that should be rolled out in hopefully the next month or 2. They do have something called substitutions. If you're not at work today and I'm going to cover her route, I can run my route, I'll put all the information in, my parents can see me coming on the GPS tracker, and then when I finish, I'm gonna go put in her number. Now her parents can see their kids on the route. They can see my bus, they can see the map, they can get the updates. Until just January, the parents were not able to see that. And talking with Chipmunk and Bus Planner going, I need the parents to be able to follow the bus. That is our biggest hurdle right now. This is our fix, is our substitutions. Now, like I mentioned, our double up splits, that is still something we're working through. Here's a little visual. So if you have the Chipmunk app, when I say you can see my bus on the map, this is what it looks like. So you got a little bus icon, the radius. This radius is set by the parent. So there's a feature over here in the little corner, they would hit that. The radius is set by the parent. It can be big, it can be little. You're gonna get ETAs. So you've got your student name, that would be at the top, the school, the planned time. And now what's great with the substitutions is I am route 1702, but I'm in vehicle 2022. That's a great thing. That means that any bus can log into a route and now those parents can see it. The other piece is scans. That's another topic, being able to see scans. Right now, if parents want to see scans, it's an option. There's a scans feature. If you are in My Student Information, there's a scans feature and you can see where they scanned, you can see time, you can see location. Each day should, perfect world, have 4 scans. On the bus, off the bus, on the bus, off the bus, right? By the end of this month, the push notifications for scans will be rolled out by Bus Planner, which again means it's just going to pop up on the front of their phone and they're going to know my kid just scanned on the bus or my kid scanned off the bus. Some kind of upcoming things that, like I mentioned earlier, Bus Planner has something called the dispatch module. That will be our fix for our double up splits. So that's not something that the driver does at the tablet level like everything else we've kind of talked about. This is a module that our dispatch team, our management team will have. This module will give us the ability to take his route, and I can drag 10 stops and throw it on my route, and I can drag 10 more and throw it on her route, and all of that information is sent to the tablet for the driver. There's no more guessing. They can simultaneously drop off my kids and his kids and her kids and his kids at the same time, and parents will be able to see that. The other great thing about the dispatch module, it has an optimization option. So, grew up here, I know the area, I can just drop them off, I'm not gonna use the tablet. The great thing about the optimization is if we hit that, it sends it to the tablet and it says, this is the fastest way to get these kids home. This is the most efficient way to get these students home, and it will merge our routes together. We do not have that option currently, and that is not something that Here Comes the Bus or Synovia was able to provide. So once that is developed, that should be as we kind of round out the end of the school year coming into summer, and we will do a pilot program for this to work out any of the bugs for summer school. We have less buses on the road, and so that'll give us an idea of what are some of the hiccups we're going to experience before we do a full rollout into next year. So this piece here, this is an internal satisfaction survey that Bus Planner has in the app. So this is not to be confused with Google reviews of the app. This is their internal. So if I'm using it, a little pop-up is going to come up, how was your experience? You know, and then you give them how many stars you need. You've got St. Johns County that is in here, Miami-Dade is in here, School District of Clay County. Average for the app, everything's running great, your bus driver's here every day, you can tell everybody's got 4s. Out of our stars, we have 484 5 stars from a total of 723. We'll tell you on January 11th, it was 390. So this is as of yesterday's date. So parents are using the app, parents are happy, not all of them because it's not perfect and we are working through it, but I wanted to show this to everyone just to say, we are going to get there, and when everybody's in a seat and everybody's running their route, it works fantastic. Questions about Chipmunk before I move on?
I use it, I love it.
I appreciate
My son's on the bus at 6:30 in the morning, but I like to know.
Probably should have said that out loud.
Sorry.
So just making a difference together. So like I said, we had a monitor deficit when we first came in to the school year. I had a need for 12 monitors. We are at 0 at that. Additional sub-monitors for our gen ed routes, which is great. From training for the summer, we've had 15 trainees obtain their CDLs. That is new people, green, never got behind the wheel of a bus. So our training team has done a fantastic job of getting those individuals up and running, getting them comfortable and behind the seat. And of those 15, 5 of them started first day on their own route. So we've had 37 employees, perfect attendance for semester 1. So I'm very, very proud of these individuals. It's been a lot this year, but they are coming in every day. They are hustling. They are covering where they need covering. So round of applause for those guys.
That's right.
We had our holiday luncheon. That was a really good success too. That was a great time to just kind of let their hair down a little bit, fellowship with each other, have some great food. We had some of our sponsors turned out for us also. It was fantastic. We had one sponsor, if you can see this picture here, they donated a 55-inch flat screen TV. So we do a raffle, you know, and that's great for morale too. Everybody gets the raffle ticket and everybody stayed for the entire party because everybody wanted to know who was going to get that TV. So just time to bring everybody together. These are some of our sponsors that also help contribute to the lunch that day and some of the other raffles that we did have. We appreciate everything you guys do, leadership, board members, management. You know, we can't do any of it without you either. So we're here if you guys have any questions, but I will open it up for any questions.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
we do have a parent here that came for this.
Sure.
I don't see what the question cards were, but if she had
She
a,
turned in a question card. I don't know if the question was answered. So we took her
Did you-
original questions and tailored the presentation.
Yeah, if I can.
can she ask if she has a question?
Oh, thank you. One of the issues that the parents run into is when there are double backs, and that obviously takes longer, the getting through to transportation is very difficult, very, very difficult. Being on hold for 20, 30, 40 minutes. And the schools themselves there's nobody at the front desk after about 3 or 3:30. So you have a double back that might be happening, but you're not sure what time the kid arrives, and then there's no one at the school to talk to, and there's no one at transportation picking up.
Sure.
So obviously that's a point that
Yeah.
accelerates nervousness for us with
Absolutely.
littles.
Yes, absolutely.
So when there is chaos or delays, how do we communicate with the district?
Sure. So we've got the phone thing. I think that was a countywide. They're ringing in our office. I've sat in dispatch and I've covered the dispatch phones and they're coming through. We'll look into that more to see if there are any more bugs in our system also. But we also, if anybody, we've got our online form too that comes through to us also if you go to the website and fill that out. I know a lot of times we need an answer right now. I would say just keep calling. If you're ever on hold for 20 minutes, something's not right. I have multiple lines ringing, so I would just suggest just hang up and try to call again. We also have our office staff that is also out covering routes, so I think sometimes that's also our issue, is there really isn't somebody at that particular line to pick up the phone. So I would definitely keep calling. Turning the substitutes on, especially for the double backs, that is the habit that our drivers are getting into. They've been at it for about 2 weeks now. So what should happen is they log into the tablet, I've got my route, I'm gonna go run these kiddos home, and when I come back, I'm now gonna log into your bus. And you should be able to see on your Chipmunk app, your bus is now active, and you'll be able to follow it just like I had on that slide. You'll be able to see it on the map, and then see when your student scans on and scans off. So that is, like I said, we're in week 2, so everybody's trying to get used to, I've got to log out of mine, I've got to log into somebody else's route. So that should give us a little extra visibility, because that was one of the main concerns. I know not all of them, like I said, we're still working through some of it, but the majority, especially our double backs or double ups. If they run a double up as a full run and a full run, you can still see those two. It's when they have to do it simultaneously and they're just kind of dropping off stops at one time. As far as just contacting someone, like I said, if you're on hold, I would say if you're on hold for 7 minutes, hang up and call again, because that's not right, because my phone line's open, my secretary phone line is open, and the way that it rolls through, there's not a lot hitting this way. So we were under the impression it all was well. So we'll look into that for sure.
I have a technology question.
Sure.
I know the phones that we have now are way better than they used to be back in the day. And I don't know, this is just gonna be kind of weird, right?
Okay.
But you know you have a problem on 2 routes.
Mm-hmm.
When parents call in, it's just a quick recording. Hit 2 if you want to know what's going on with Route 2023. And they hit 2 and it tells them. Like, does it have to be just a manual person picking up the phone?
Yeah.
Or is there a way we can use technology? You know, everybody does this. Hit 2 for this, hit 3 for this, hit 4 for this. But I'm just wondering, it would take just a minute to make a recording.
Yeah.
And then have a parent able to, press 2 for an update on that route.
Yeah.
And that also alleviates a lot of that angst of answering phones and trying to, I guess it's just efficiency on manpower, right?
Yes.
We have that app too.
Yeah.
We can utilize our social media, our robocall, what is that app that we? Apogee. We can utilize Apogee.
Well, I'm not sure how we can do it, but when they're calling in and a parent is worried, let's say they're at work and they haven't heard about their child for 40 minutes, I could see how that would be really nerve-wracking for a kindergarten or first or second grade parent. And so I'm not sure that the classroom app would work, but I know it only takes 2 seconds when I was a teacher to make a recording.
It can be sent to you, not that. It doesn't go straight to it can go straight to your cell phone.
How does that, I'm just trying to figure out a way to address, because I know many parents who try to call, and I know you're doing your best, right?
Yes.
An easy, simple way that costs no money at all would be give an option just for them to hear that the route's okay.
So we use the Thrill Share.
Yeah,
for
Thrill Share.
That's what I'm trying to
So for the robocalls, we have worked through that because our rooms, we have lots of people in our Thrill Share room,
Yeah.
not like a classroom
Right.
where it may be, 30, 40. So right now, we utilize ThrillShare. What we can't do, what Chipmunk and the alerts feature will
Right.
do, is we can go specific
To a
to that, yes. Part of it is the manpower, part of it is in the afternoon, I have my dispatcher and then myself or one of my other managers who's on site popping in and out and helping. As these routes are filled, a lot of this will subside. We will have people back at the desks, being able to pick up those calls. I do see where you're going with, is there a recording we could do? And that is something, I mean, we could think through that, but our routes change so fast sometimes where we don't even have time to submit something real quick, you know, because another call has come in or we're at the mic. So I'd have to think through.
I would think it would be mostly like double backs, like the ones that take a super long time.
Yeah, it would-
Not every route that has a delay, but the
Right.
ones that are making, because I worked at McCray, there was double backs and triple backs when I was out there.
Oh, gotcha.
So I'm just
Yeah.
thinking about the ones that are most crucial.
Yes, yeah, and they're getting the ThrillShare notifications saying this route's gonna be double back. You know, we even, some of the schools are even sharing that information on their Facebook page, which I think is great, for those that aren't getting it through the phone, you know, or it may be spam and it's being blocked and not
Yeah.
coming through. And we can look through that and see if there's something of like a real-time update, but ultimately that is Chipmunk app, that is alerts, is the goal.
Someone asked me that for the possibility of maybe allowing firefighters driving school buses on the time off, because we drive air brakes vehicles and, you know, large vehicles.
Right.
And that will be maybe an option to cover for the lack of drivers you have if a.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. And I've had some of those questions too, just even about cafeteria workers and things like that, you know, in between covering. It's a 5-week process, so even though they may hold a CDL, they're gonna have to go through all the school bus training with us. As far as your firefighters, that would be like a second gig for them. They could come in and they could get on a route, that's up to them. As far as internals, I think that's a bigger conversation, because now you have an employee that has 2 jobs here. So they'd be a bus driver and a cafeteria worker, or a bus driver and a custodian. So that's not, can't answer that particular one, but I do know that has been a question about it. But it would still be a full-blown training process. So having the time to come through for 5 weeks to get trained. Any other questions?
Any other questions for them?
So let me just say this, if there's one job in all of Clay County that I do not want, it's Roxanne's. Yeah, I will say that over and over again. Very challenging. The idea of not having drivers, by the way, is not a Clay County thing.
Yeah.
It's a nationwide
Yes.
thing, not just a Florida thing. Nationwide, every district, short bus drivers.
Yes.
You know, so the efforts there to improve the situation, try to explain the Chipmunk app, try to provide some context as to how we're moving forward on it. Roxanne is doing a great job. It's very challenging circumstances that she's operating in. So thank you, Roxanne.
Absolutely. Any other questions? No? I appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you. And we've got further contract
All right, so, today we're going to be doing a presentation on bullying. So, wanted to make sure that you guys all had the opportunity to look at the slides as we cover the information. For the handout that we did. All right, so my name's Kevin Stapey. I'm with the Office of Student Engagement, and then we also asked Ms. Brennan to come and present with us today as somebody that's in one of the buildings, and she can talk a little bit more about what's being done at the school level. Okay, so with that, make sure I get this right. There we go. All right. So the first thing I want to go over with you, this is a definition of bullying that's provided by the Office of Safe Schools with the Department of Education.
All right, so they have a specific definition that they have, and it's backed by statute. So I'm not going to read it to you. I think you guys are all educated. But a couple of the things I want to make sure that we emphasize is that with Cesar, bullying must include the 3 elements that are here. Okay, so 1, it has to be repeated. 2, it needs to be intentional. And 3, there should be an imbalance of power. Okay, so those are elements of bullying that have to be present in order for us to code it here in the school district as bullying. Now, as we go through, down in the bottom right corner, I've got a couple QR codes that are in here. If you scan that, it'll take you to the Department of Education site that has the more information on what bullying is. The other thing, as we go through this, there we go. All right, on the site, not only do they provide a definition of what bullying is, but they also provide examples and non-examples. Now, I'm not going to go ahead and put the entire site up, but they also provide frequently asked questions. How does this relate to cyberbullying? If there's other elements that are involved, depending on what those things may be. Because when we in our student information system, all right, there's also elements that could be involved. Did it have to do with race? Did it have to do with disability? Did it have to do with sexual orientation or preference? Any of those types of things. All right, but you can see here, these are a couple of examples of what the state says that bullying is. So a student uses a cell phone to take a picture of another student used in the bathroom and then post it online, okay? That would actually fall under cyberbullying, and there is an actual specific state statute that goes along with that one. Student repeatedly spreads nasty rumors at school about another person. Student repeatedly teases another person in a mean way, calling him, her inappropriate names, making fun of his or her appearance, or the way that they talk, dress, or act, okay? Non-example would be a student calls another student an inappropriate name once, okay? So we'll go over a couple of examples of some things like that in a slide or two here, but these are the examples that are used by the state. Now, the other thing I want to make sure that we understand is that not only does the state have their definitions, but in our code of conduct and in board policy, oh, hang on, I think I skipped one here. There we go, all right. In statute and the information from the state, you guys have adopted it into Neola. And then during the adoption process last year, we were trying to make the student code of conduct get adopted in parallel with the language that you guys were being presented and that you guys adopted. All right, so if you look in the student code of conduct, a number of the sections in the code of conduct that I have referenced here, the information was updated, like I said, in parallel to what you were all adopting in board policy, okay? Now, again, board policy is a little bit longer than what's in the code of conduct, but the essential parts are there, okay? All right, so one of the things that keeps coming up as a question is what bullying is and what bullying isn't. So this is actually a graphic from part of the lessons from our One Clay culture. Okay, and we'll go over what those lessons look like in a couple minutes if you give me a couple slides here. But when we take a look at it, the questions that we look at here and the criteria that we look at here, you know, is it something that was rude? Was it said one time and that was it, moved on? Was it mean? Was it intentional, but it's not something that's necessarily repeated, okay? So again, something that's rude, someone was called fat, ugly, stupid, whatever it happens to be, all right? Something that's mean, maybe the kid says something about the other person's siblings or their parents, or maybe, again, about the way they may act or something to that effect. But again, it's intentional, hurtful, but it's only done as a single time. The bullying is something where, again, those 3 elements have to be in place, okay? So again, it has to be repeated or repeatable, it has to be intentional, all right, and there has to be an imbalance of power. All right, so if Miss Brandon and I were to get into some sort of argument, all right, she's calling me names and I'm calling her names, there's not really necessarily an imbalance of power. We're just being mean and ugly towards each other, okay? So when the administrators at the schools are being reported that these incidents are occurring, they're trying to make sure that all of the elements that are in the definition from the state are being met. Now, does that mean that those other situations like the mean and the rude are not being addressed? No. It just means that it's not that particular situation is not bullying, okay? So we still address those situations and they're handled appropriately. Parents are called, all right? There's other interventions that are taken and we'll discuss those in just a moment, all right? But we're still addressing those situations. Statistically, for the county, we don't have the 24-25 data up on the state site yet, but based on the 23-24 data, Clay County had about 30 bullying referrals from that year. The state had somewhere close to about 3,045. Now that's spread over the 67 counties. In that year, they also had about 107,000 total referrals, assessor referrals for the state. So if you look at that 3,045 divided by the 1,007, that was about 2.8% of the referrals for the state were bullying referrals. Okay, for Clay County, we were about 30 of somewhere around 1,300 or 1,400, so we were at about 2.1%. So we weren't far off of what the state numbers are. Now there are some counties that had super high numbers, obviously because they have a super large population. All right, and then you had areas around us, for example, like Baker County and Bradford County, who have a very small student population, who had single-digit reports for bullying, right? So depending on where you are, the numbers fit in with what the state had. All right? The other part that I want to make sure and mention with this is a lot of times when the cases are determined to be bullying, they may not necessarily be coded that way. All right, let me explain what I mean by that. In the rules for assessor, all right, the way that it comes from the state is it says whatever the highest coded offense for that situation is, that's what it needs to be coded. So for example, if the situation starts as a bullying event, but then it winds up being a situation where I put my hands on somebody and now it becomes either battery or a fight is a higher level code than bullying. Battery is a higher level code than bullying. All right, so situations that may escalate to something a little bit more, those situations get coded differently. Now that doesn't mean, again, that the bullying didn't occur. We just have to code it the way that the state tells us to do that.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I thought last year or the year before, and I'm pretty sure I read this, because that's the way my brain reads. Last year, maybe it was the year before, that they understood that sometimes bullying, I'm just going to use your example, was getting reported but not yet being seen because there was a higher infraction, right? So it would be coded as the assault, not the bullying.
Right.
But I do believe that there is a way to code secondary offenses.
So related incidents.
Related.
Right.
So like if it
it might
is
be a
bullying,
bullying related and it might have to, like,
if bullying then resulted in an assault,
correct.
you can do two
You can still
things.
click that box and it'll show that, yes.
Yeah. So.
Okay, on the state data, what's reported to the state and what they put out, that information is not present. Okay, so that's not information that can, that the rest of the state or you guys will be able to see. In order, we would have to pull a specific report in order to get that information. The other part, though, is that some of on the basis of, right? So if it is some sort of bullying type of situation, they have related events and then they also have on the basis of, right? So on the basis of race, on the basis of disability, on the basis of whatever. Sometimes bullying, right, that's another, so like you can check the bullying related, but then you can also check on the basis of. But some of the situations, when they talk about that, it's really, race, disability, so forth. And some of them don't necessarily fit the basis of part, all right, it's just a bullying related situation.
Yes, I can come back to this when you're done, I just wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so just so we're on the understanding there, the other thing I wanted to show is that, and this is where Ms. Brennan can back me up on some things, all right, is these are strategies that are used to address inappropriate student interactions. So again, not saying it's bullying and not saying it's not.
If I can
but,
go in there, Kevin.
Yeah.
So when we started talking about this, so much of this really comes down to discipline. And whether or not it's coded one way or another, there's discipline happening. And really the focus for us as educators is discipline means teaching. Because what we want to do is intervene through education and communication so it doesn't happen again. and it doesn't morph into something bigger than what it is. And I think that's really our biggest role as administrators, is to make that happen. And this is a menu of different ways that we might do that. It might be an actual disciplinary action per the code of conduct, whether it's a loss of a privilege or whether it's an in-school suspension or something like that. Or it may be really teaching, meeting with that family, meeting with a parent and a child, or the parent or the child, to say, okay, this didn't go the way that we wanted. How can we keep that from happening again? Because if this would continue, that per the code of conduct could be considered bullying. And I know that that's not how you intended this, so let's not make that happen that way. We a lot of times want to build on relationships. So that check-in, check-out with an identified staff member, some peer mediation. If we need to do it, then we're looking at something more kind of formal, like a no-contact contract. There's some times where kids just are oil and water and they do not get along. So we have to agree, you know what, I don't get along with you, you don't get along with me, that's okay. But we're gonna agree that we're not gonna use an intermediary to pass a message. We're not gonna tell so-and-so over in algebra class to send a message to me that I think my shoes are ugly that day. We're gonna agree not to do that. And parents and kids then sign that contract, and we have something tangible then to come back to if they violate. We look very creatively at ways to separate kids. So again, depending on the size of the school and the availability of different things, maybe we talk about, you know what, you guys seem to be meeting at the bathroom. So you're going to go that way to class, you're going to go that way to class, you know what, you're going to use this bathroom and we're going to use that bathroom. And that way everyone has some safety and some separation. So we're very creative about that. And again, I think this part's really important, and having Roxanne just been up here, in less structured settings like your recess, transportation, change of classes, etc., that's where that supervision and making sure that we're not allowing things to start there is really important, because those are places where those opportunities happen with kids.
Absolutely. And you know, since you brought up transportation, one of the examples that we use sometimes when we're having conversations with parents about this is if I'm driving a car down the road, right, and I have a flat tire, right, everybody around the car sees the flat tire, right? And a lot of them will come up, honk at you, hey, you got a flat, right? All that kind of thing. But if I'm in the car and I'm driving the car and my check engine light comes on, who sees that? Just the driver, right? Bullying sometimes can be the same way. Sometimes there's behaviors that happen that are just overt and they're out there and everybody can see it. Other times, it's a comment between two kids in the bathroom, in the hallway, in the lunch line, at the back of the classroom, and it's not always as, you know, as observable as we would think that it might be, right? So in those cases, you know, a lot of times we also talk with the kids and the parents of, here's how you need to report it. Here's how you need to get that information out. Because you guys know nowadays with cars, when that check engine light comes on, it's not as easy as popping the hood and looking under and say, oh, I got a loose wire or whatever, right? You got to plug it into a monitor, check it out, take it to a specialist. That's our administrators at the schools, right? They've been trained on how to handle these situations, all right? They've been educated on it. You know, through Cesar, the administrators receive training on that, and they have to get that training on it. That's part of the red book that's at every school, okay? So that's all part of this, okay?
And I know you're going to mention it in the next page, but that's where that communication and transparency with families is so important too.
Absolutely.
Because when there's a situation that involves somebody's child, the last thing they want to do is feel like they weren't heard or that they weren't communicated with. So regardless of what that outcome was, whether you found that it actually met the statutory requirement of bullying or not, it's so imperative that we get back to families, communicate with them, what discipline did occur, what communication and education has happened, so that they know what the plan is moving forward and they know that there's recourse. And that's a really important part of this.
And just so you all know, even as recently as last week, we had some training with our administrators at Leadership, you know, talking about some of those things as well. So providing them more strategies that they can use as part of their toolbox, okay? With the adoption of One Clay culture, I have to tell you this, Tabby Johns and Aaron Colon, if you guys are not familiar with them, they are the secondary and elementary school counselors for the district. They have picked this up since about April, and they have run with it, and they have created an amazing program with One Clay culture. They've been out doing presentations at schools, providing resources to teachers and administrators, just a tremendous amount of work that they've put in. But in addition to that, part of the first 10-day lessons that happen at the elementary, the junior, and the high school is information about bullying, okay? Now, Ms. Honora, if you don't mind, on the presentation here, if you click on any one of these down here, you'll see that there's actually a slideshow.
I didn't mean to do that.
That's okay. All right, so this would be an example of a presentation that was done, at the kindergarten, second grade level, right? And it takes them through a number of different things that the teacher can go over with the student, all right? So they go through the lesson, they talk to the students at the level that it's appropriate for them, right? So talking to a high schooler is going to be very, very different than talking to a kindergartner or second grader, okay? But as we go through the presentation, they have different conversations and they're given a script of, some different things to talk about. But then also, who can help? Who do you need to go to for that help, right? And then when we get to the end of the presentation, all right, this is not just something that's being pushed out and says, say, hey, do this, and then it's not being tracked. When that gets clicked on at the end of the presentation, the teacher has to report that they actually did the presentation. Well, guess who sees that? Aaron and Tabby at the county level and the principal of the school at the school level, right? So they know which teachers are doing the presentations and which ones are not, right? So if that is not happening,
There's reports.
we'll leave it at that. Okay. All right, so we can go back to the presentation. Okay. All right, so again, there were first 10-day lessons. This was the August-September community engagement part of it. And then through the course of the month of January, they've also been working on digital security, which part of the digital security has been cyberbullying as well, all right? So they're hearing this information more than just one time. It's not just in the first 10 days. They're being reminded of it. Now, on each of these pictures or diagrams on the screen, Ms. Honora, again, if you don't mind clicking on Unity Day, we went ahead and linked, but these are district initiatives that we've been using to go ahead and show how we're supporting to stop bullying. So the first one is Unity Day. It was on October 22nd. It's Wear Orange. And that's through PACER, which is with the National Bullying Prevention Center. But if anyone has questions about this, there's a number of different resources here. So if you don't mind clicking on parents, all right, one of the things here is it has a bunch of, if you'll scroll down a little bit, there's different actions that are resources for the parents, but working with the school, helping your child, mobile and online safety. So the resources are out there for parents to access, both through Unity Day, but then if we can go back into the presentation again.
Mr. Stacy?
Yes.
I have a question real quick.
Sure.
Since you're talking about cyberbullying. I've seen comments online and I've seen or heard from people out in the community. Can you address, like, I don't know how I want to word this, what is our legal obligation and or legal authority if there is cyberbullying? Because the fight is it wasn't on campus, why are we sticking our nose into it?
Right.
Yet then
Right.
the other hand, people are saying, hey, my kid's being bullied by this kid in school, but also outside of school.
Right.
So how do we balance that? And what are we doing about that? Because
Gotcha.
like I said, there's both sides of the parents.
Absolutely, that's a fantastic question. So some of the, with the cyber, let me back up just a second here because I got about 300 answers to that, okay? The first thing is that as far as it goes, like out in the community in law enforcement, there's not an actual crime of bullying, right? So anything with bullying or cyberbullying, things like that, it actually falls under stalking, right? So in order for law enforcement to get involved, it would have to meet their criteria for stalking, right? So on that part of it, that's where law enforcement, if it meets that criteria, they can definitely get involved. As far as where we as a school district are involved, if there's situations that are happening outside of school, that are impacting the learning environment at school, that's when we have a responsibility to get involved, okay? So again, if my situation, if I have something going on with Miss Brennan where I'm, saying mean stuff about her online and saying that I'm gonna do this or that or whatever it happens to be, if it's not really impacting her environment, so like in other words, if let's say I'm at Thunderbolt Elementary and she's at Tynes, okay, if my actions at Thunderbolt are not impacting her educational experience at Tynes, it's difficult for us to get involved in at that point, right? If they're in the same building, yes, then in those cases, there's probably gonna be an action that's taken, okay? But we have to investigate it to find out what exactly it is that is gonna be the problem for, little Sarah.
So short answer, if it impacts learning at school.
Absolutely, if it impacts the learning environment, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay? Now, the other part though with cyberbullying is that, again, there are specific criteria that the state says it has to meet, because we have had other situations, and this actually happened this year, where students at one elementary school made up a Facebook page for their teacher. That's cyberbullying, right? And that's specific in the statute, right? If they create a page in the likeness of the other person, that's a specific statute, right? So it clearly meets that. And that was actually those kids' teacher that they did that to, right? So the teacher felt uncomfortable in that situation. So, adults can be bullied too, okay? And that is part of the definition as well. I'm gonna go back one page here just for a second. The other thing with Len Matisse, if you guys look at your agenda, you'll see that actually next week's board workshop, they're gonna be doing the fall presentations for the Len Matisse Foundation. All right, and if you're not aware of this, all right, the spring Stop the Bullying campaign for Clay County just opened up on the 20th, and it closes on March 27th. And then the selection process will begin for that, and I believe it's either at the April or board, I think it's at the May board meeting is when those last presentations for the Len Matisse Foundation will be there. The last part over here is the link to the bullying report page on Clay County. All right, so again, Ms. Honora, all right, Vanna, if you can turn the letters for me, please.
Thank you.
If you click on that, that'll take us right to it. Any parents, if you guys are watching right now, if you go to oneclay.net, and if you go here where the magnifying glass is, you can type in bullying and it'll take you to this page here, all right? If you just type in bullying right there, the first option that'll pop up is gonna be report bullying, and you'll see that it's a mirror of the page that's right behind it.
Yep.
Okay, so report bullying, if that gets clicked on, it'll take you to the page behind here. All right.
Where's that located, if you're not searching for it?
It's gonna wind up being under academic services, all right, and then report bullying.
So departments to academic
Okay.
services too.
Yeah, departments, academic services. But if you go into this menu here, there's also a spot that has families, all right, and under families, all right, right here. This has an alphabetical listing of a bunch of different support services for families. All right, and if you go down to B over here, I believe, there should be bullying just a little bit further down. Bullying prevention, and it'll still take you to that site.
But the best way to report bullying is to call the school.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So this information that's on here, if you'll scroll down a little bit, Miss Honora, is it'll give you the form to report it to the county office, and also a hotline number it goes to my secretary. And then if the parent needs any assistance with the form, she'll help get the form filled out. All right? But like Ms. Brennan said, the best way to report bullying is to the administrators or to the teacher at the school. They can address it faster, because if it comes to my office, then I'm reaching out to Ms. Brennan. All right, she's got to reach out to a teacher, whatever it happens to be. If you go straight to the source of the investigation, which is going to be Ms. Brennan, she'll make sure that it gets addressed a whole lot faster than what our office can, because we're going to have to reach out to her and partner with her to get that squared away. Okay? The other thing I want to make sure and bring up, because I know everybody's concerned with this, is safety and security. Please do not use Fortify Florida to report bullying. all right? Having conversations with Mr. Boyack. If it goes into Fortify, Florida, it gets reported to his office, the school, and Clay County Sheriff's Office. Remember, bullying is not a crime, right? So they're gonna kind of toss it back to us, and then it'll go from there, okay? If we can go back to the last of our presentation again. All right, and then the last thing.
Oops, sorry about that.
That's all right, we're good. I think we're double hitting it here. All right, the last thing, again, if there is a hotline report, the school gets notified, we will support the school's investigation. All right, support services are offered wherever needed. All right, including counseling, anything like that, mental health services. All right, and then the school will notify the district of the results of the investigation. The last few years, the historical data for the bullying hotline, all right, is what you see here. We've had 19 for the first semester this year. All right, our numbers are roughly about where they've been, but as you can see, over the last couple of years, they've been declining overall. All right, again, this is the bullying hotline information, not the number of bullying incidents that we address as a whole district, okay? So please understand that that's just from the hotline, okay? Is that it? Any questions?
I think, Bill, one point that I would make as a former principal would be that a parent will report bullying, I will take action in order to prevent bullying from happening again. But the toughest part is, yes, you've addressed it, but that doesn't create immunity for life. Like, another incident could happen even though you've addressed that incident with that student. And so sometimes the parent feels like, well, you've done nothing. Well, yeah, we've dealt with that situation, we addressed it. That doesn't mean that your child isn't gonna run into somebody else over the course of their lifetime that might do something else. And so it's a tough gig, no matter how you slice it, you know.
Were these procedures, the procedures for investigation, we did so many and it's been now,
Right.
it seems like a lifetime ago. Were these in there when we did the bullying policy, or did we add these with our procedures that are supposed to be in there?
So can I ask a clarifying? Are you talking about in board policy or are you talking about a code of conduct?
Policy.
So in board policy, that is in there from, if I'm not, from Neola.
Okay.
Okay? Now, what's in the code of conduct, all right, if you have your copy of the code of conduct, in section 4, under 4.61, all right, there's a section here where it talks about procedures for investigating, all right, and we've essentially mirrored what's in the board policy, right? So the same information that was adopted in June of last year into board policy. Now, I will say this, the code of conduct already had a lot of that information in it. We just tweaked it to match the board adoption of the policy.
Okay, and mainly, so I just want to say this out loud, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Our state, whether we agree or not, has done, I would say, according to this, a decent job at defining what bullying is and programs and essentially state statute on what we have to follow as far as bullying is concerned and
Right.
definitions of bullying.
Mhm.
And then we have adopted that statute and then matched it within our code of conduct, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So each year when we go through the code of conduct, there's a section at the back of the code of conduct that's an appendix, and that's the, there's, especially for the assessor items, right, which bullying is one of them. If the state updates the language on that, we update it to match the state every single year, every single time, including the examples and non-examples. Right, so if they take something out or put something in, we do that. The other thing is if you go to the code of conduct, actually online, when you look at like bullying, for example, in that appendix or harassment, either one of those, the titles of those definitions are actually linked to the DOE. So if a parent wants to go and see what's actually on the DOE, they can go to the Student Code of Conduct, click on it, it'll take them to the DOE and give you the examples, non-examples, frequently asked questions, and additional information that may be necessary.
So how many programs do we have in Clay County that address bullying, like PBIS?
Right, so
You know,
PBIS, MTSS, obviously our school discipline, the prevention, One Clay culture, right? So, you know, and there's a number of different aspects within One Clay culture to address that, all right? But then also any of the partnerships that we do, you know, like Len Matisse and some of the others to make sure that we're addressing the bullying. So those are all partnerships that we do. But as far as specifically addressing it with programs, that's again like what's been developed with One Clay culture, you know, and that is continuing to evolve. I mean, right now it's really only about 8 months old, but as they're continuing to work with teachers and getting more resources and strategies, there are more information and more tools that teachers and administrators can use for that.
and they're free resources,
Right.
state provided resources,
We're,
taxpayer dollars.
What I will say is that the information is in a number of different resources that Tabby and Aaron have basically collected, and what they've done is they've taken the work away from the teachers having to go out and research it themselves and giving them essentially a ready-to-go package that they can apply to their whatever situation it is.
That's developmentally appropriate.
That, yes, absolutely. That's at the level for the students.
I just want to make sure that we lay out exactly what we're doing, where it's all at, what programs we have. Is it working, which you're showing our numbers are going down, which there's a lot of variables that can play into that, but, and the money that we're spending on it as well, because these are things that people are wanting to know, what are we doing, what programs, and.
Right. Well, here's what I can tell you. One Clay culture is costing us our 2 employees.
Okay.
All right, so basically One Clay culture has replaced 7 mindsets. And our 2 people in our district have written the entire thing, and they have done a phenomenal job if you haven't gotten a chance to take a look at all of the resources that go along with it.
Climate and Culture Department assumed that responsibility when we entered the contract with 7 Mindsets last year. So Tabby and Aaron have done the bulk of the authorship, but they continue to maintain their role as secondary and elementary counselor. Our mental health department, along with Melissa Maurice, social workers have been integral in incorporating all of the lessons as well. And it does cover all of our required instruction. So that state mandated statute that says thou shalt cover human trafficking, thou shalt cover all these different components, that One Clay culture also delivers all of our required instruction. So it covers first 10 days of school, then they recycle through the lessons using the resiliency standards. So our students are taught continuously throughout the year, along with refreshers when they come back right after Christmas break. But we own all of that. That's why we authored it within our department, to make certain that there's no cost associated with it. The reproduction materials are coming out of the mental health allocation because it was co-authored by the mental health division as well. So that's how we're paying for the materials. They go out to our teachers that are provided at trainings and workshops, and then again, it's authored in-house so that we don't pay any outside sources. We haven't come up with some the state can always provide some free resources if they want to continue to provide information. They have bullying hotlines and that kind of, but all of the information is completely owned by Clay County District Schools and authored in-house.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And so,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Where assessor,
yes.
it says must include the 3 elements. Can you elaborate a little more on the power imbalance? Like how
Right.
is that going to?
So if there's in those situations, if the student feels helpless, so in other words, you know, if in my situation, I'm bullying Miss Brennan, right? And she doesn't feel like she has any way out of the situation, right? That could be a potential power imbalance.
So it has nothing to do with physical, like the body size.
Correct, not necessarily, I mean, that could be a part of it, depending on, because each individual situation is going to be, we have to look at it, each situation is going to happen completely different from something else. So it's not like there's a cookie cutter, this is what bullying looks like, right? So, and that's where we really count on the administrators at the schools to take a look at the situation to determine, does it meet those criteria, right? So if there's a student that, again, and I'll use harassment for a second, but if a student gets harassed, that's a single-time event, right? That's a little bit different than bullying. But if that student runs away crying because of what the other student says, I mean, there's kind of a power imbalance there too. But was it repeated? Not necessarily, but there was a power imbalance on that one, right?
I was thinking more in the case of, example, this is an example, somebody who's a religious person. He
Right.
can be a big person, but
Right.
he's humble and he doesn't want to act on somebody's bullying.
Right.
In that case, that person can have more power than the small one, but he's not.
Right. They might have a bigger physical presence,
So
but they're not being relentless on, that person, going back after the smaller, physically sized person. The smaller person is just constant and going after the bigger person. Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Stevie, do you see any trends in the data or any shifts as far as, do we see this happening, the events that we have recorded, are they more frequent in elementary school, junior high, middle, or high school?
It's, because there are more students actually in elementary school, because you're looking at 7 grades there versus, 6 grades in the secondary. It's probably happening a little bit more, not probably, it is happening a little bit more at the elementary school, or at least the reports are.
Reports are.
I have
Right.
that question too.
Yeah,
Okay, so the reports are definitely more at the elementary level. Now, does it meet the bullying criteria? Not always, all right? But that would be like on the one slide where we talk about rude and mean. Doesn't mean we're not addressing it. We're still addressing it, and there still may be some discipline that goes with it, right? But, there's also that reteaching of the expectations. This is allowed, this isn't allowed. If it continues to happen, here's how you want to report it. And that's also, again, like what Ms. Brennan said, and Mr. Brodsky also, we're trying to educate the parents on how to address this too. Because, I think bullying has become a very widely used term. All right, but please understand that, there's specific criteria that's given to us by the state that we have to make sure that it fits in that box, right? Now, again, the other things are definitely getting addressed, all right, but it may not necessarily be bullying.
I just, in the world where I work in, I hear a lot from mental health professionals, and there's a lot of concern about that age group that's 10 to 12 right now. They missed a lot of the socially, developmentally important things because of COVID in their lives, and so they're seeing kind of a trend of how they don't know how to interact with each other in a way that's healthy. So
I think there's a lot of stuff there that we could probably have some more discussion on, some changes.
And they start to gain access to electronic devices.
Correct, they did. And they did during COVID because of necessity in some situations. And so, it's a new day in elementary schools.
And again, it's all the kids now, at this point, all of the kids that are currently in our schools, cell phones have been around as long as they've been alive, right? So they're digital natives.
Right.
We're digital immigrants, at least for myself, I know that. I didn't have a cell phone when I was a kid. We were doing the little paper footballs, do you like me, yes or no? Right,
So is there, what is it that we want to address in code of conduct?
It wasn't, so first of all, I left the classroom, sadly, already 4 years ago this month, and none of this was in existence.
Right.
So I am super impressed with everything you said, because literally, prior to that, I felt like at the 7 schools I worked at, it was like throwing a penny in the air, watching it fall to see what happened, right? I think, so that's step number 1, which, I have just a page of notes that I was gonna read from. The fact that it appears that we have universal bullying program that's very aggressive, well thought out, and principals are trained is really the first step. And I don't mean this to lessen what you've done for us here, but the student code of conduct and the relationship of why that I wanted to talk about bullying. So I'm not sure, and maybe you guys know this, but much like rape victims, half of people who are bullied, seriously bullied, never report, okay? So it's not that we're not doing a great job when it is reported, but we are no different as the norm in the entire country, that this is a much more widespread problem. then our numbers are going to show. And I'm hoping that we understand that. The biggest problem is that many kids, and I'm going to tell you, I was bullied as an adult. Many kids will never tell a single soul until it's too late.
Right.
Bullying, especially with those kids, directly affects academic performance, okay? So when I'm looking at the student code of conduct, as an English teacher, I wrote on the top, who is this written for? Question mark. Because this is not, I would call an accessible document for most people. What I mean by that is the country, newspapers are written at the 6th to the 8th grade level, right? And we have systematically done a good job of putting our policies in here, right? But if I want to read a policy, I'm a school board member, I understand everything that's in the student code of conduct. Most people I talk to have no idea what we're talking about. And so I feel like the breakdown isn't what we're doing. I think what we're doing is great. It's accessibility to knowledge. You know, I had thoughts about the principal's number being the hotline because it doesn't have to go somewhere. I have thoughts about it being on a poster where she comes in, or a guidance counselor, I don't know what number it would be, where you have more of what I would call a rapid response team, where people literally trust you, and you are a great principal, and I know this, and I have good friends that work for you. But the thing is, they trust her in her community versus calling a hotline, where then it has to go through somebody, then come back to a principal. So I feel like there's a lot of work to be done. Because in my mind, I'm thinking, great, we have all this training now, but it needs to be, when we go through the student code of conduct, it needs to be written in such a way that the knowledge is accessible to everyday people reading it versus putting a policy. I'm saying we summarize a policy. So for example, the bullying hotline is not even in this book, right? So if a parent's going to it, they can't even find the bullying hotline. If the parent is educated to the point where I'm going to go to the Clay website and search for bullying, like that's the breakdown for me, that we need to get it where principals are basically in charge of the entire thing because they have a relationship. Some schools are harder than other schools. So when I'm looking at this, there should be a student code of conduct, as I said, for elementary, much different. I taught from 4th grade through 11th grade. And a student code of conduct for secondary, where 6th grade falls in that, would have to be a district and superintendent issue because I don't understand how we would operate with that area. But to me, this isn't a usable document. And what I mean by that specifically is if we had the most important things we wanted kids to know and we wanted parents to know, there would be contracts. So for instance, you could put a contract in Google Classroom after all the wonderful training right on their homepage where a student signs that contract and is reminded every day of their contract. Because there's a reason people do contracts, right? It puts a very serious esteem in the air when you sign a contract. As lawyers know, contracts mean everything. I think for kids, they need that daily reminder. So like if I had to go to my very last page, because you're doing such a great job on everything else, and just skip down to here, I firmly believe that we need to have local reporting systems. We need to have separate student code of conducts separated from a family handbook, because even for me, it's overwhelming to go through and read this, and it's not very specific of what I would do as a parent just because I have this document. So one, separate out our student code of conduct. We make that user-friendly. We have links in here where they can do, who to talk to. I think the procedures you described at the school level need to be universal in a handbook for a parent. I mean, literally needs to be there. They need to know what we have in place. So after listening, that is the breakdown, if you want to know the truth. They need some place to report in confidence, because I didn't report and I was bullied as a teacher in Clay County. And I left the school. I'm telling you, it is a really, really hard situation. And so if we separate this out, we make it user-friendly, where everybody understands it, we have it uploaded at the beginning of the year for parents where it says, a weapon is a year expulsion initial, right? These include what weapons are. I mean, how many times have we sat in hearings and seen elementary kids bring something because they were afraid or because they, felt they needed protection? I think we need to have bullying. Parent initials it. This is what it is. It could be uploaded with and I'll tell you, we had huge success with the media policy. We had some thoughts that it wasn't going to work, but within the first week, 98% of the parents chose. People are used to doing it. We have to have, so once again, 1, elementary and secondary separate. 2, they need to be, and I don't know if we need lawyer help on this, but we need to make our policies user-friendly for parents in their handbook, and they need to acknowledge that policy, I believe, Mr. Superintendent, at the beginning of each year where they initial the lines, and we can say, every student signed the contract and knows what a weapon is and knows how severe it is, where parents signed it. Now, we know they might not read it, right? Not everybody's gonna read it, but it goes through the contract process. So everything I think that would turn your fantastic newly revised program and training into something special would be accessibility of understanding. And that would occur the way we communicate our policies and the way people acknowledge it. So that was really, but thank you for that great presentation. I feel really great about it. So for me, I've been really focused on the student code of conduct because I think that there's a lot of room for growth when it comes to bringing in our students, making them, and I saw you shake your head because we know contracts work with kids, especially little kids, right?
Practice in the classroom. A lot of times classroom teachers will have contracts through their PBIS and they do sign. And that way when a child breaks the classroom infraction, they're able to say, remember, we all signed this together.
And I don't know if there was a way where you have like a little bullying contract on every Google Classroom where they could click on it and report something. I just think we need to make it where they're not so afraid, even if it's not bullying, and you might get, as you go through your training each year, more than you want. But, so I think, here's what I really think. When I was at FSBA, this is the last thing I'll say, I remember sitting in a seminar and somebody getting up in front and said, you know what the problem is with your good ideas? He was talking to the whole room. You know what the problem is when you have an idea, the thought that the idea presented automatically strikes a very negative tone because it means that somebody else isn't doing it, right? I don't want to be to the place where I think this simple thing, as we go through the student code of conduct, will help, that you guys think that it's not because you're not doing a great job. I just think that sometimes outside perspective can maybe help us improve in an area of understanding for our parents, because this is not readable for me. So that was what I wanted to say. And thank you for doing a great job. And whoever these counselors are, because this was page 2 and page 3 of my research, was that kind of development specifically for Clay County students and teachers and parents. So.
And we'll definitely take your information into account moving forward with the code of conduct as well.
Yeah.
So.
School board members, any comments on the changes or
Thanks,
anything that?
good job, Mr. Safety, and of course, his friends of Rochester.
That's why we recruited
He's gonna walk out.
So do you guys want to talk about the changes that Hanson has proposed? Are you, are good ideas? Should we focus on doing 2 separate code of conducts? Any thoughts on that?
I think there's a difference between elementary and secondary. So I think it's a good idea to kind of, it's not the same. It might be more bullying in certain age and other people. I think that's a good idea.
And if you're interested in looking, Duval has a separate elementary, secondary, and I know that the district does look at neighboring counties and how they do things. And they also, when they developed the student code of conduct, which is much different than ours, they had parent involvement, they did forums. They have a video on their page that shows it was like, I want to say 1,000 different people, including all the district personnel, the teachers, the administrators, students, parents, and they literally have this video that shows you how they developed their student code of conduct. It's very impressive to me, the amount of time they took. I think we're doing almost everything right. We just need a better way to maybe get the message out
The
there.
way it's formatted and how you communicate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's, there's a lot to think about. I mean, we know, I don't have a really response today. We know that too many students aren't rating the code of conduct, and I think that, you know, the more the individual teachers can respond and help, that's gonna be what gets the point across. But nothing solid.
And Mr. Stapey, I'd like to give you these, as long as you're not, don't judge me, it's in my notes. But, because one of the things I didn't talk about was our student bill of rights. It's kind of complicated, especially for elementary. So like I gave a sample of what maybe an elementary student bill of rights could look like for bullying.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then school level reporting, the training you're already doing. So don't think, I mean, everything you told me.
Absolutely. We're very open, you know, when we do the review of the code of conduct each year, we usually bring in somewhere between 25 and 40 people, all right? And that can be anywhere from school administrators, district administrators, teachers.
Yeah.
We actually invite CCEA to come, and they bring a couple of representatives. We also include some parents as well.
So the number one thing is make sure we remember the audience. I always tell students, right, you have to write an essay, you have to remember who you're talking to, who you're writing for. I think that's the number one thing. If we're looking at an elementary code of conduct or parents, we need to remember of what level of background knowledge they come from, because they're not reading it the same way that we're reading it. This is one question I had. There is a level in our student discipline, level 0 minor offense would be unsubstantiating bullying, okay? That's what we have here. And I also highlighted unsubstantiated harassment because sometimes...
Those are state codes.
Yeah. Right? State codes. And then it's very interesting to me, though, if I'm a parent looking at this, we have unsubstantiating bullying. And then if you go to Assessor level 3 is bullying. So, like, there's no different level. Once you bully, that's it. I mean, it goes from unsubstantiated to Assessor level 3.
Correct.
Is that...
Right. But again, like on the slide where we talked about mean or rude, you know, that could fall into like level 2 for inappropriate conduct.
And I think that probably should be there as well, like specify maybe that type of bullying.
Right.
Like, I feel like that's a big leap between unsubstantiated and then level 3.
Right.
These are just my thoughts, I apologize. It's, you know.
Ms. Gilhausen, would you like to give your input?
I mean, I have a lot of thoughts. I'm gonna reserve them. We had it, let's just say it's close to home.
I do agree with Ms. Hanson as far as like, when we talk about our forms on what we need to sign and, our parents, when we're doing the, policy for the signatures, permissions for books. I think that, I know this is something that we've discussed before. I think showing, hey, this is what a weapon is, hey, this is what bullying, the main things that we see in front of us every day and the main issues, just acknowledging it so that we can also reiterate, hey, you know, we let you know whether you read this.
A cheat sheet for the most common.
Yes.
Right, like the top offenses or top things that we think as a board is very pertinent to know, because it does break my heart when we see these little kids come in and they're like, I just threw it in my backpack or whatever, you know, and then the parent's not thinking, because I know personally, I have discussions with my girls all the time, like, don't put anything in your backpack unless mommy sees it. We want to make sure of that. So anyways, I do agree with that, and I think we should look at neighboring counties as far as the code of conduct is how they do it. Would it be good for us here in Clay County? That's something I wouldn't be opposed at looking at. But if there's nothing more to add to this, I think we need to move on to Marketing.
Okay.
Quick update on marketing.
Here's a big pile of papers we've gathered.
Work.
A lot of papers. Y'all are in overtime. You're working overtime.
So we're going to follow up our bullying, which was a very heavy conversation,
Yeah.
with hopefully a much lighter conversation about all the great things that are going on in our schools and how we want to grow our district, engage our parents, and support our staff so that we can continue to tell the great story of things that are happening in Clay County District schools. So first I want to kind of introduce you to our team. So this is the Community Relations team. The Community Relations Department is a relatively new department in the district. It's only been around for about 1.5 years. Before, it was just kind of the communications person, and the graphic designer was added on, and then our family and community engagement came under it, and a family and community engagement specialist. So I'm Serena Thomas. I'm the Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer. I do have a specialist degree in educational leadership, and I've been with the district for 25 years. I graduated from Middleburg High School, went to UNF, came right back home to our district to teach at Lake Asbury Elementary, Shadowlawn Elementary, and Tynes Elementary. I love Clay County District schools. My parents were military. We specifically moved to Clay County because of the school district, so I think that perspective of that's why we chose Clay County was because of its excellent rating and wanting to kind of continue that work because I know the great things that have happened for my family, for my friends, their families. We want to be able to tell those stories and engage our community. We have with us today Tori Grenese. She is our Family and Community Engagement Coordinator. And then we also have Trudy Bosey is our graphic designer. She does all the amazing graphics that you see on our social media and our websites, as well as like these presentations and things like that. She really has a great eye for that. And a lot of the strategic work behind the scenes that takes a lot of effort to be able to say, here's a very complex idea that we can kind of put into an infographic that makes it easy for people to understand. And we also have Paula Summers, who is our Family and Community Engagement Specialist. Paula has been a chorus teacher in our district, so she has a great way of involving our community, bringing them in, creating sponsorships for programs within our schools, and really helping support those people. Also, we have I don't have children, but Tori, Trudy, and Paula all also have children that are within our Clay County District schools, and Tori's husband and Paula's husband also work within our district as well. So we bring to our roles lots of different perspectives, lots of different ways for us to gather feedback from our community and from our colleagues on what's working, what's not working so well, and ways that we can improve. Because what we're really looking at is we're doing really good, but how can we be great? We are reaching a lot of our community, but how can we reach even more of our community?
Sabrina, I have to stop you right there.
Yeah.
You only look 25.
I was like, yeah, add 20 to that. I was the youngest teacher in Clay County when I first started teaching. Like, I got a little write-up in the Clay Today about being the youngest teacher. I actually celebrated my 21st birthday with my first grader, so that was a really fun activity. But yes, been around for a long time and in communications for a long time. It's funny just kind of thinking about, I was kind of the teacher at the school that the principal would come to and be like, hey, it's the 10-day count and we have to split classrooms. Can you help me write a letter home to the parents to let them know we're transitioning some students from one room to another classroom? I was our webmaster for our schools. I actually, in this role, previously I was the IT supervisor and actually have always worked really well with our communications department to bring on our social media, so all of our social media accounts. When we standardized our websites from everybody doing their own thing. So when I was at Shadowlawn, I was the webmaster, and I was like, oh, that template looks pretty. And, you know, I got to just pick everything on my own with, maybe I didn't even put a contact us button on there. So kind of bringing it all together to make sure that we have standardized ways to make it easier for our family to find the things that they need. So for our community relations team, we're kind of divided into two different areas. So the first area is the communications department. That's really kind of me and Trudy are on the communications department side. And just some highlights of the things that we are kind of responsible for. that digital management and training, we oversee our entire digital ecosystem. So our social media, our websites, our One Clay app, and we make sure that we provide training to our staff to make sure that those are consistent across all of our platforms. And really when we think about that, we think of social media. We have over 100 social media sites that we are specifically responsible for, because if you think the district has an account, a Facebook account, and an Instagram account, all of our 43 schools have a Facebook account and an Instagram account, so that really adds up when we talk about all of the different avenues that we have to reach people. We also do media and public relations, so we're the central point of contact for our media partners. So if the news has a story and they need to know the district's perspective of it, they're reaching out to me so that we can get that information out to our news partners as well. And then our creative content and branding, so those professional graphics, those videos, all of those kinds of things. Super excited for the Apple Awards. Thursday night was great kind of night for our community. So we went out, we filmed at the schools, and we created the videos for those kinds of things. We're also working on some ideas of a little short videos that we can do to help our community with other things. I'll talk about I'm going to save that for the next slide because there is another exciting thing that we're doing. I'm not going to read all of these, but this is just some idea of our current work that we're doing. You can see there's lots of different buckets that our work falls into. So we're doing everything from the great news of all the wonderful things that are going on in our district, like our Teacher of the Year, our support-related Employee of the Year, all the way over to our crisis communication. So if there is an event that's happening at a school, we want to make sure that we're supporting Mr. Boyack and his team of getting that information out in a timely way to our parents. We've had some feedback too from that. We have scripted new systems to where we have a team member that does the, hey, your school's on a secure, a hold, or a lockdown. We have a, hey, in 15 minutes, if they're still on that, we're going to provide them another automated call. And then when it's an all clear, we're also now doing that automated call as an all clear. So we don't have to wait and kind of get that information. There's a lot of details to put together to make sure what we're saying is aligned to what the Clay County Sheriff's Office is saying and our principals on the ground are saying, to make sure that's all. We don't want our parents to have to wait. Are they still on lockdown? Are they still on a hold? Because sometimes the hold has been lifted, but it takes us maybe 15 minutes to get that information all coordinated before we can send that out. So now we can send the all clear out and let them know you're going to get another message from your principal with that information as well. So a big variety of things that we handle on that communications front. We also have the other prong of our department is our Family and Community Engagement Department. They handle lots of amazing things with our district, so our volunteer management. Paula has done a great job with that, with using the Raptor system, so we actually know all of the different hours that are happening. We can track that. We can give awards to our schools and our volunteers that are coming in and engaging with our staff and supporting our schools. Outreach and events, we have presence at lots of community events like hometown holidays, Cocoa and Carols, all of those types of things. That's another great way for us to engage with our community and say, hey, stop by, let's make a craft. What school does your kid go to? Oh, they don't go to our schools? Why not? Come on down. We have lots of great opportunities. We find out lots of things there, like it's, hey, I'm going to a Clay virtual, I'm going to the Florida virtual school. We're like, did you know we have Clay Virtual Academy that you can go to, that you can even have the opportunity to have meetups at a library and things like that. So lots of good ways for us to reach our community in those. And also our family education, which is one of the things I really wanted to highlight, is our new Virtual Parent Academy. It's amazing. Tori does a great job of aligning all of that content, so she does all the behind the scenes work for it. She meets with the partners that are doing the talking on that to make sure they're comfortable, that they have everything prepared, they're ready to go and prepare for that night. We don't always have a lot of people that join us live, even though we try to offer it at different times, but we do track the analytics on the back end of how many views the YouTube videos get later on down the road, and those are increasing every day. So we do see that even if we don't have as many people join us in the moment, they are accessing those resources after the fact. So we love that we're creating that library of resources that are going to be available for our families. And again, here's some additional work that group is currently doing. So not only are they doing all that family engagement and support with places out in our community, our virtual things, our volunteers, working with our volunteer coordinators, working with our front office secretaries to make sure when parents come into our schools that they're there and ready to go and have all the tools that they need to assist parents when they come in. A lot of that is around our enrollment and our registration processes as well. So we've done a lot of work in streamlining that, having registration rallies to support our families when they want to register their student. And those are some things that we're excited moving forward that we think we're going to be able to do even more of and even to a higher level. So let's talk a little bit about what we call the Clay Connection or the Clay Way. I know you guys have all heard that kind of terminology before, right? We're doing it the Clay Way, and some are shaking their heads like, yeah, that's great. So we're like, no, the Clay Way is not the way. So those kinds of things where we do want to make sure that our branding, when we hear things, we want it to be a positive, the Clay Way, or a positive Clay Connection. And how can we do that? We can build trust through confident communication and engagement. So something that has been extremely successful is our Apogee implementation. So the board approved Apogee in September of 2024. We first worked on our websites and our app, and then over the summer we launched the rooms where our teachers have the rooms, our sponsors, our coaches, and they engage with our families through that platform. I would like to share, we have 6,082 rooms currently. So if you think we have about 3,000 teachers, we have 6,000 rooms. So teachers are really getting on board and creating those rooms for their classrooms. We've also had a lot of success with our athletics coaches, our band directors, our club sponsors using that. And we've had a lot of positive feedback from our families about that streamlined communication and not having to get Classroom Dojo and Remind Me and all the other things out there. They're coming to one place for that. Those numbers continue to grow, so maybe there were a few people that were holding out. They're getting on board now as we continue to work with Apogee to remove barriers for things like our athletics. Sometimes we have homeschool students that join our sports teams. We've now found a way to include them in our rooms as well. So we're just trying to remove any barrier that's possible so that we can include everybody in those rooms.
I have a question, because you presented and you said that you had one school at the time that was 100% every teacher, and I'm not sure, but I thought you gave us some data about 48% of teachers at the time were in rooms. Do you have an update to the percentage of amount of teachers, not how many rooms?
Yes. So I do. I can get that information to you. The last time I checked, we were at 94% of teachers had a room.
So you've made huge progress.
We've made
because
huge
that was one of the
progress.
biggest complaints of parents that actually wanted to do it and the teachers hadn't participated yet.
So we took that feedback and we actually tracked it. So we sent out in the superintendent's weekly briefing a little spreadsheet of this is your school, this is how many teachers that have not yet activated their rooms account. Here's how you can find out who those teachers are. And our administrators were on it.
That's huge.
They talked to the teachers and they made sure that any barriers that were in place. We also had a big training on our in-service day recently to support teachers too, because there's also that compliance piece of I created the room, but we don't want them to just create the room. We want them to use the room as well. And so we are seeing, we've so far, and this is only from July to November, I haven't gotten our December statistics yet. We had 77,066 announcements made via rooms. We've had 167,988 messages initiated by staff, 192,832 guardian messages that are so, and that's only through November. So this is just continuing to go further as we go along. As more people get on board, as more people realize, oh, this is easy to use, we're starting to see those numbers grow. So that's been really positive. And if you think about in terms of marketing, our biggest marketers are actually our teachers. That's our biggest group of people that have the most communication with our families. We always say, as a parent, you're gonna first ask your teacher, and then you're gonna talk to your principal, and then you're gonna talk to the district, and it's that kind of mindset as well. Like, we're not gonna go straight to the district to get an answer or to look for communication. Like, they're not going to.
You just don't email the superintendent.
Yeah, you don't just email the superintendent. You don't just go look on the One Clay website. You don't follow the One Clay.
I never knew. That was a thing. Okay.
That was a thing. Chain of command. But
I have a question, and I don't know if you can actually track this, but with this app, do you find, because I can give you personal parent feedback, but I don't know if other parents feel this way. I'm in communication with my kid's teacher way more than I would have been not with this app. Because I'm getting either photos or class updates or, you know, obviously some are more.
That's
use it
the
more,
goal,
and then-
yes. So that's absolutely the goal, and kind of part of our marketing plan is to have that exact thing happen. I don't have a way to track that per se, because I don't have a way to look back in the past to kind of gather up all the ways that people were communicating before. So I don't kind of have the baseline of where we were before. I can kind of just take into account the statistics that we have now of how many messages are being sent and how many things like that. But I feel like these numbers are very high, and it does speak to the fact, it's funny too, we have our monthly calls with our Apogee team. They're like, Clay County is doing amazing. We're like, hey, we already purchased you, like we need to hear the truth, like tell us what's really going on, like what can we do better? And they're like, no, you guys are really doing very well. We did a case study for them on our implementation actually of our coordination between the communications department, the IT department, and the superintendent's office, because we are a small team, but we worked together so closely in our different departments to get this rolled out effectively. They're kind of using that as a model when they talk to other districts as well, of a way that could be rolled out. And that's what we really are trying to do, is say, parents are really wanting that communication from their child's teacher. They want to see the picture of what happened that day. It's kind of a lot of work for the teacher to go, let me send it to the principal, and then the principal put it on social media, and then the parent has to follow the social media account, where now we can kind of close that loop and say, hey, teachers, you can send that directly to the parents. Here's an easy way to do it. And then we still keep our social media pages, but really highlight the bigger events that are going on at our school, just as that window into these are the cool things that are going on, but you don't have to follow our social media to get these. You're getting the updates directly from your teachers. You're getting newsletters from your principals. And we're also, the things that we're putting on social media with the tools that we have now, we're also putting in the app as well. So if you don't want to have a Facebook account or an Instagram account, you can just open up your OneClay app, and in the feed section, you're going to see the same things that you would see on the social media accounts. So we're also removing that barrier, saying you don't have to have a social media account to follow us. You can get the information. We're trying to remove any kind of barrier or any kind of wall that would keep people from getting our information. So now we're putting things in so many different places. You might also see for things like report cards are available today. I can now put that out on all of our social media and our websites and our app all at one time. So that's taking something off of administrators' plates. They don't have to remember to send out that reminder anymore, and all of our families are getting that information at the same time. So that's helping with our consistency, which is helping with our brand as well. If you're all our schools are consistently getting the information at the same time, that's really helping, because if your elementary school remembered to post the report cards are available, but your high school student, their school maybe forgot to post that the report cards are available, you might be confused and think, well, how come my elementary one is available but my high school one isn't? In reality, they all are, but we all have busy lives trying to keep up with everything. So just trying to keep that consistency of letting everybody know that it's available at one time, and really feeling connected to our teachers, feeling connected to our principals in our schools, and feeling connected to our district. That's going to be the biggest return on investment that we can have. Happy students, successful students, engaged students, they're going to be more successful when they have that parent involvement and that parent engagement. And now that we have the tools to do that, it's helping with lots of different areas. And then if you're at a soccer game and a parent next to you says, well, I'm trying to decide what school to send my kid to, I'm between this and that. Oh my gosh, my school is great. My kids are having a great experience there. I get this kind of communication consistently. We're really helping to build that brand. If you think of things like Chick-fil-A is known for their customer service, like that's kind of what we're going for, is that kind of, when you hear Clay County District Schools, you know we have a 97% graduation rate, you know that we're an A school district, but you don't know all these little details that your friend is going to be able to tell you at the soccer game of like what it really means to be part of that school district. And so that's what we're trying to build up with our staff is, here are the tools that we have available for you. Here's how that we can use them to help make sure that our community is engaged, because we do want our students to be successful at the end of the day. And we did some research, and it does say that 93% of consumers trust recommendations from friends and family above all other forms of advertising. I think you'll see that too from the rise of things like influencers. If you are following influencers, it's because you're believing a person over maybe a company that's telling you something, because you want to hear that firsthand experience directly from the person versus hearing what maybe the company has to say about themselves as well. So we're trying to kind of build that on all fronts, that people first connection from our staff to our families and right back to our staff too, because our families supporting their students helps make things easier for our teachers as well, because if you have informed families and engaged families, we also see things like kids come to school more, so their attendance is better. Their discipline is usually better as well. So it's something like rising tide raises all boats, right? Like, so this is something that can help in all different areas.
And I just want to say, before Apogee, there was nothing. You could use Remind, but the district didn't really like us doing that, like to contact track students, right? You could use Facebook, but there was legality issues with sharing kids. I literally have to tell you, I feel like other than calling somebody on the phone or putting it on Google Classroom, we didn't really have an effective way to communicate. So I think this is like really great. If I was teaching right now, this is great.
I think this is really great too, and I think we're a little bit of a step ahead of some other districts as well, because I think lots of districts were in the place that we were in with, hey, we had email, or we had, you know, these kind of other apps that were sort of approved, maybe not approved, that people were doing, you know, things like that. And so by adopting this and having this full complement of tools available to our teachers and to our staff, we're definitely ahead of some other districts, and we're definitely moving in the right direction. So I think that's really great. So the next thing that we're going to talk about is, we have all these tools in place. How can we use them to strategically increase enrollment through targeted communication, improve digital experiences, and a focus on community engagement? So this is what Mr. Brodsky showed you in the Financial Renaissance Plan. We've identified 3 key areas that we are going to focus on upcoming throughout the future. This is not to say there are other things that we're going to be doing. We'll still be doing things like Apple Awards and all of that kind of stuff, but this is kind of the plan for how can we take what we're doing that's good and make it great? Where are areas that we could to just go up another level? So that digital excellence and brand storytelling, so using Apogee, we're in there, we're using it. Now how can we really do best practices? How can we take it up a notch? Capturing the entry points, making sure that we are reaching our families where they are, removing barriers, making sure it's easy to find information on our website and in our social media to get parents the information that they need, and that family experience. So finding ways for parents to be able to come into our schools, to be welcomed into our schools through volunteer programs, through school tours, through all of those things, because we know that parents do want to be inside schools. They want to see for themselves what's going on, and how can we embrace that and invite them into our schools. So the first one that we're going to talk about today, the first goal is that digital excellence and brand storytelling. This isn't a comprehensive list. We just kind of picked 3 things that we're really going to focus on in the future. The Why I Chose Clay campaign. So this is going to be, we are going to work with our community members to talk to parents and say, why did you choose Clay County District Schools? Like, if you had talked to my parents when we first moved here, we came to Clay County District Schools because NAS Jack said Clay County District Schools was a great experience. We came here and we saw that for ourselves. I had a great educational experience. We had great partnerships. So finding parents that we know are out there to be able to give their testimonials so they can be our kind of influencers, right? Because we know that we want to hear from the people that are really in the system and have kids in our system. So this is going to be something that we're working on. This will be located on our website and in our social media to have those testimonials from students and families that have those positive experiences within Clay County District Schools. We can also talk to students who are, I'm in the chorus at Tynes Elementary and I love coming to school every day and I have friends and I'm learning math and all of those kinds of things, all the way up to, I'm in the CTE program, I am doing an internship with this business partner and I'm gonna have a job when I graduate. So making sure that we kind of encompass all of those things. seamless enrollment. We need to refresh our website to include a high visibility enroll now path. We do have register up in the corner, but sometimes it's not immediately obvious to parents that that's what that is. So we're going to have kind of enroll now added everywhere along our district. So if you go to the VPK page, you're going to find the enroll now. If you go to the pathways page, enroll now. Maybe not on the bullying page, I don't know, but we're going to make sure that we have more information on there. And then also our Discover Clay campaign. When we really took a look at our website, we think it's pretty. It's standardized. We've done a good job in our transition using Apogee. But one of the things that we realized is it is organized by our departments. So like as you saw today, bullying is under academic services, and that might not make sense to parents as that's the place that they would go to find it. We've also seen, I think ESOL might follow under elementary education because we've structured the website to match our organizational structure. So we're going to review our website with a lens of, I'm a parent looking at this, where does it make sense for a parent to find this information? It doesn't matter if it follows our organizational structure or not. And we're going to launch the Discover Clay campaign, which is going to highlight more of the pathways that are available to our students. CTE is one of those things too that's kind of buried within academic services. That should be front and center. Our fine arts, front and center. Our athletics programs, front and center, so that you can see we have school choice right within Clay County District schools. We want you to come to our website, find all the options that are available to you, and then enroll now, right on that little button that shows all of the programs that we have. So we're very excited about that. I'm going to preface that with this is going to take some time. We are a mighty team, but we're a team of 4, so that is going to take some time as we go through that. If you kind of want to get a preview of what that might look like, on our homepage now, if you click on the little early learning box, like it's in the little buttons at the bottom, it used to just take you to VPK registration, and it didn't have very much additional information. If you go there now, it actually takes you to an early learning section that has our child care centers, our 3-year-old program, our ESE program, our VPK program, our Montessori VPK program, our VPK programs at elementaries, our VPK programs at secondary schools. I didn't even know we had all those options, and I work here. So we really worked together with our early learning team to get all those options consolidated and easy to find for our families, and we're also streamlining the registration process for the VPK and the VPK lottery as well. So we're super excited about that, and we're taking that mindset that we did for that piece of the website into the other pieces as well.
Can we
Sabrina, I
make like a
literally
banner
just-
or a graphic that says, like, our school choice? You know
Yeah,
what I
so
mean?
that's
that
it.
people, or, you know what I mean, so that people know,
Yes.
hey, let's click here, and also, school choice is really big, but like you said, and I know I've said it till I'm blue in the face, we do have school choice
have
within our
school
public
choice.
education.
Yes.
And a lot of people have no idea, and I was gonna wait until we got to this point, but like on our CTE, and this is a suggestion I've talked to Mr. Brodsky about, when I go and talk to the community and business leaders, they have no idea that, I mean, I keep going to this example, that they can go to Blooming Broncos and order flowers. There are teachers who didn't even know that.
Yeah.
I talked to them the other day about this. So I don't know if we need to put that in our CTE tab, like, I don't know, I don't know what you want to name it, but essentially, like, you can go here to be able to contact these teachers for these services. I wouldn't put prices or anything like that because that would be subject to the teacher, but the point is knowing that they could reach out, and then that money that they buy flowers for or whatever goes back to that program. And so I think that that's going to funnel more money within our district and advertise more for our school choice programs.
Absolutely, we can definitely make a note of that, and when we work with Allison Kelly for what that CTE section is going to look like, we can definitely take that into consideration too, because I think that could be potentially very helpful for both that program and just in general as another option for our community as well.
Because our community leaders, a couple of them are like, where do I go to even find that information? And they're like, I mean, I could call the school and say, hey, what are your options? And I could go see that they have those options at that school. But if we had like a direct line or, you know, like who runs that program or, you know, that they can call directly so that we're not like,
Yeah, we're not.
hamster wheel and this
Call this
person
person
didn't
to call
call
this
back
person to
and
call
then I
this
can't
person.
email them and all that convenience.
Absolutely. And then goal 2, capturing the entry points. So we really want to make sure that we are, if you have a 3 or 4-year-old, we want to get you into our school system now, right? Because we think if you come to us first, you're going to stay with us for longer. Because once you make that choice to join Clay County District Schools, you're going to see what a great place it is to attend school, to have friends, to be part of different clubs and activities and athletics. So we really want to make that easier for people. So we've already, I got ahead of myself. I'm very excited about the early learning webpage. So that's kind of an example of what we worked on with that. But we are also working very closely with Dwayne Weeks and the IT team for the focus implementation, for the registration process, to make sure we're not asking the questions of parents in the way that the state maybe asks them of us, but trying to ask it in a way that parents would understand. Like we were just kind of laughing the other day. I think one of the questions on one of the forums was something like, is your child a multiple birth? And I was like, I don't even know what that is. Is it like, this is my 3rd kid, or is it, you know, I figured it out from the choices because it was, is it a twin, a triplet, but that wasn't my immediate, like, I was like, I don't know what this is, and I'm thinking, if I don't know what it is, it might be a barrier for our families as well. So just trying to change the language on some things to make it a little bit easier for our families to understand as well. We will continue to do direct outreach, so we do have newsletters that go out to our families. Currently, they're quarterly. We are exploring the idea of making those monthly so that we can have a little bit easier way to get things in, so we don't have to wait maybe to the end of the year to talk about kindergarten registration. We might be able to do that quicker to the time that it opens. We do have our social media, and we do send out mailers too, so we'll continue to do those things, but just thinking about, we're really looking at everything that we do and thinking, do we need to keep it the way it is? Is there anything that we can do to improve it, to make it easier, to make it more efficient, to make it better for our families? That early engagement, welcome to kindergarten events and school tours. So that's something that all of our schools are going to be doing this year, is offering school tours for our kindergarten students, so that you can come in, almost like have a signing day, like come tour the school. Are you going to come to kindergarten here? Let's sign up now. Take pictures with the I'm a pioneer now, all of those kinds of things. So we're excited about that, and really doing more to market the pathways. Again, all of those school choice things that are available within our schools. So we have ACE, we have pre-ACE, we have CTE, AP, IB, dual enrollment, athletics, fine arts. Like, we just have so many different things that I think sometimes we forget, because we're part of this and we know all the great things that we're doing. We want to make sure it's very clear to everyone else all of those great things that we're doing as well. And then goal three, that family experience. So again, we really want to make sure that every family has a very welcoming, very easy experience with our Clay County District Schools. So we are working with our staff on how to welcome, recruit, and retain families. So that idea of like, all the things, if you're going to a school to register your kid, we want somebody to be there at the front office to welcome you. We want them to say, hey, okay, our registration process is online, but here's a computer. I'm going to walk you through getting started. If you have any questions with it, please feel free to ask me about it, and I'm happy to help. I know I filled out like I had to update my voter registration. I literally took it to the elections office. I was like, did I do this right? Like, sometimes you just want that like confirmation that I did it correctly. So I think that kind of experience is going to be really helpful. Our teams are doing great jobs now, but again, we're looking at everything to see how could we do it just maybe a smidge better. Are there any things that we could do differently? Do you not have a device in your front office? Can we help you get one? All of those kinds of things, any barriers that schools might have to help them with. We are also going to launch an Ask Clay concierge button. So that's going to be also on our website. Some of the feedback that we heard from like our transportation form, it's a little bit hard to find in some cases for families. So if we have that Ask Clay button, that's going to be available throughout the website. You can click it. You can pick, I have an academic question, I have a transportation question, I have a food and nutrition services question. So instead of having a form for food and nutrition services, a form for transportation, a form for academics, we're going to kind of consolidate that all into one. They could pick other and type in, whatever they thought it was, and then their question. And then our team will manage that on the back end to either answer the question for the family member if we know the answer, or we can direct it to the appropriate personnel so that we can get the answer to respond to the parents. And then we're going to continue that community presence, those pop-up informational tables at high-traffic community locations, libraries, parks, local events. We've had great conversations with families. It's not only kids, but it's like, hey, do you need a job? We have jobs too. Do you want to drive a bus? Come on down. We will take you and we will get you signed up. So really just kind of being out there and being a presence for our community as well.
Are we doing anything at the fair?
We are working on it, yes. So I know we can have one day so far at the on the Clay Fair Day, but we're also working to see if we can have an expanded experience at the fair as well.
Like a booth rental for the week?
That's what we're looking into.
Yeah, we are looking into a booth rental for the week. Anybody who had a permanent rental last year in the exhibit hall gets first dibs. So those are all kind of taken right now, but we're looking and working with CTE to see if we can maybe get into like the actual toddler area or something like that, and then we can do a craft there.
Or like the barn or something?
Yeah.
Kind of. I know you have to get those really early because they do fill up, but I was just curious, that would be a great, because you get Duval, you get St. Johns County, you get Palaca, I mean, you can get, which that won't matter, but I'm just saying, like, getting people into Clay and then picking our schools as their choice. So.
I feel like there's always some space in the barn.
Yep,
Always,
that's
like,
what we're looking
We're
into.
willing to go.
They like put them like in little corners or,
Yep.
I feel like that's the bingo, like the bingo card.
Yeah, and typically whenever we do these events, we try to do a craft or something like that with the littler ones or even, intermediate students so that we can actually have a conversation with the
Just
parents.
get an animal and let them pet them.
You would like hybrid cows.
A baby goat, yeah, or, pig. I mean, that would be, then you don't have to worry about like, hey, glue this, glue that, all that. You can just let the animal.
Tori, real quick, we weren't successful with NEFAR this year.
Not this year, no. They did not have enough space for us this year, but that is definitely something that we're looking for next year.
Right.
We were also looking into like the Strawberry Festival and things like that for this upcoming year. But
Well, we've got till October, so I
Yeah.
can work on it.
yes, and then some of those are a little bit more difficult because again, vendors do pay a lot of money for those booths. So,
Well, I think we can get it through.
yes,
One of them.
for that, absolutely, yeah.
I mean, we
Strawberry-
need that presence between St. John's, Duval, that's the best.
Absolutely, especially since we still have controlled open enrollment opportunities. So if parents are willing to travel or they do work at, in Clay County, they're able to bring their students.
Okay, so just to kind of recap, those are our three main goals that we're looking at as we are looking to market for this upcoming school year. And just a few other numbers to kind of round it out. So for, it was December 26th through January 22nd, so that kind of like 1 month period. Our district homepage had 43,787 visitors to our homepage. Our registration page had 2,634. And then our VPK registration page had 1,306. But in very good news, we just launched the oneclay.net/VPK. I keep talking about that one, but that's the page that we pushed out via social media on our VPK lottery is coming soon. That page only came into existence on January 15th. We did push it out also on social media on January 15th. And in 1 week, so January 15th through January 22nd, it already had 609 visitors to that site. So we are kind of seeing that cyclical, like we push out the links via social media, via our app, and via our website, and it is driving information back to our website. So we do feel like that website That information needs to be very easily accessible to our families, very easy to understand for our families. We need to make sure, like Ms. Hanson said earlier, we don't want it written in our educational language. We want it written in a way that our families can understand it and try to take out the technical jargon from it and just make it easy with steps like step 1. Get your certification for VPK. Step 2, enter the lottery. Like, we're really trying to simplify it for our families. And again, really focusing on, let's try to get those entry points and make sure that that family experience is great. And we continue to track all of those things as well. The VPK post on Facebook had 2,412 views, and on Instagram it had 691. That doesn't sound like very many. That's only from our District 1 Clay page. I didn't actually do the math to go into all 86 other social media sites that I've posted it on, because it comes through for each site, basically. So if you kind of take those numbers and multiply them by the number of schools that we have, then we're kind of getting an estimate of really high reach that we have just within our own methods of being able to get information out to the community. And then I did just kind of want to give you a little bit of the landscape for how much some traditional things cost. So right now, many of the methods that we're employing are kind of free. Like, we do pay for our Apogee contract, so that part is not free. But the use of them, once we've paid for them, that part is free. We can send as many messages as we want, as many updates as we want. Our Facebook and Instagram accounts are free. So we're really trying to be fiscally responsible and using the tools that we already have to their biggest extent before we move to some of these maybe more traditional things. If we were to have 2 billboards in high traffic Clay County quarters, it's $5,500 per month. To do a local radio, if you did like 40 spots, like one in the morning and one in the morning drive, one on the afternoon drive, it would be about $5,700 a month. To do 10,000 household mailers for the print, the postage, and the labor is about $7,800. And if we were to do the social media and search ads, geofence, so that would kind of say like, hey, send this ad to like 32068. That could cost about $1,500 a month. So if we put all that together, that could run us at about $325,000 per year. So before we want to make any of those kinds of investments, we really want to make sure that the tools that we have that we are already purchased with Apogee, with the websites and things like that, are super clean, super easy for parents to access, and make sure that our families know how to use our families and our staff know how to use all those tools, because I think one of the things that we don't want to happen is like a giant billboard that says like, visit oneclay.net, and then you visit oneclay.net and you can't find what you're looking for. That's going to be a very frustrating experience for the people that are visiting that webpage. So we want to make sure that we kind of do all of the things that we can to get all of that really, really pristine before we move on to some of these maybe more traditional landscapes as well.
Oh, I also just wanted to say, because I did some research on this, districts don't use all this.
They don't.
Districts maybe send out direct mail in the spring.
Yep, which is what we're planning to do.
And they don't even do it every month. It's very specific.
Very targeted, and so that's what we're looking at, is very targeted for like our kindergarten enrollment and things like that.
What if we did for, what area is it that we're short students? Is it, because we said it wasn't high school, right? Did we say it was high school? What age group?
Primary or K2.
Yeah.
Birth rates dropping, and they're sometimes choosing other options.
And not registering their kids.
So, what if we also did, this is just an idea, we're talking about mailers and direct mail, especially in the spring. What if we did a school choice one, whether if it's K through 2 or K through 12 or 6, these are our school choice options for elementary, and you direct micro-target those individuals. And then for high schools, hey, this is our CTE options for high school, or our school choice options for high school, and micro-target and direct mail for them.
Because the way to get people back who left is our secondary options, because charter and private schools for the most part do not have what our schools can offer in secondary. Now, I understand we do need to recruit early, right? But the real place that you could earn people back, I mean, my granddaughter now is back in public school, right? Because there are things that are offered there that are better for her in high school, right? So I think those are our two areas, right? Is that we can offer so much variety and things other schools cannot do and absolutely probably never will be able to do, and then target those kids we need to get in the lower grades, you know?
And we do see that as a trend, that we do see students returning to us in junior high and high school
secondary.
for those options. So I think that's a trend. We track in our enrollment council, we meet monthly, and we look at students that are coming to the district. What schools are they coming to? What is the reason for coming? If students are leaving, why are they leaving? It's mostly because they're moving out of county, those types of things. So we definitely track that, and we are looking into what are ways that we can target, you know, specific area codes, specific areas that we might want to have some of those options for. So that's definitely something that we can look
But
into.
that number would be lower because you'd be micro-targeted.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So we did,
Like direct mail wouldn't go to all of one city.
right,
It would just
and
go
that
to-
is actually what works and how you, I think, would get students back. Whether they left for school choice options elsewhere, then we chase those by targeted mail. But we gotta be really good about our messaging, what we have on it. You don't wanna just fill up a flyer with just words. And
That's another thing that we are working on with our schools. We're getting ready to start sending out, Paula is gonna be going out to our schools and working with them on like, what is your elevator pitch? What makes your school special? What options do you have available? Because we have different clubs, different programs, different activities at all of our schools, and we want to make sure people are aware of those as well. Even at the elementary school, we have drama clubs, we have chorus, we have safety patrols, we have lots of different things even at the elementary school for our families, so we want to make sure that those are up to date
And I'll tell you something embarrassing. I got out after the last meeting, I was walking in the parking lot and I said to Miss Skipper, this is really embarrassing. I didn't know we had a Cambridge program until Miss Gilhausen said it. And if I'm a school board member and I don't know, then that's embarrassing for me, right? So I do think what you're doing is gonna help, right? And what you're doing is needed, so.
But doing separate ones and micro-targeting, I
Yeah.
think is gonna be something good that we need to look at for spring, whether it's enroll or, hey, school choice is really big.
Yes.
It's polling high, okay?
Yeah.
So we need to focus on that, on, the lower grades, and then like our secondary, having a different one on micro-targeting. That's my 2 cents anyway, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's great. And then the other thing we want to talk about a little bit too, same thing, like we get information from like-sized districts or districts that are kind of doing something really well. So we did also kind of take a look at Sarasota County because they are kind of a model for communications. We looked at their website, we modeled some of the things on our website after them. A lot of webinars we attend, we're members of Sunspra, we're members of Inspra, so we attend webinars with marketing specialists and experts and school communications experts, and so we're looking at the trends, we're looking at the things that other districts are doing as well. Some of the things that are different, so in Sarasota, they have 12 to 14 plus specialized allocations just for communications, not even including their family and community engagement. So it is really just sponsorships, ad revenue, corporate sponsorships, communications, those types of things, and we have 4 cross-functional allocations. So they do have more people than we do. Their funding source is also from their ad revenue. So the district of Sarasota sells ad space on their, it's like, welcome to the Verizon gym at Middleburg High School or something like that. So they have lots of ad revenue that they keep at the district level to fund all of these campaigns. And our model in Clay County is much more school focused and classroom focused. So we have sponsorships and things like that, but our business partners who sponsor things generally like to sponsor a school, sponsor an activity that they're tied to, and then that money goes directly to that activity, to classrooms, to students, to schools. So that's just, we have different ways that we think about how that money is spent. And then, again, that is kind of, they're selling all those ad spaces and things, and we're really, our department is funded through the general fund and maximizing our FTE. And then their annual spend is very high, like in the almost $1 million range for their communications budget that they generate from their websites and things like that. And ours is very low. So ours is,
we don't do all that
we are using
stuff.
our free things and things like that. So there's different paths, and it's not to say that we couldn't do some of the things that they're doing. We could introduce ad space on our websites or things like that, but we really are focused on a lot of our business partners and sponsorships really being attached to our schools and to our students, because we really want that funding to stay focused on our students. And this is just kind of the roadmap. So just to kind of recap, we have the Power of Four. We're a small but mighty team. We're very excited. We're a very new, Tori is new as of July. I'm new as of October to these roles. It's been great. We have made lots of different perspectives, lots of different analysis of different things. We all bring those different lenses to things. Trudy has been a rock because she's been here for longer, so she's able to tell us like, hey, this is how we used to do this, or this is how this normally works. Paula's been amazing too with supporting our schools and our volunteer programs. So we have 4 people. We're doing great things. We have lots of great plans coming on. We do want to continue to, we've started a school communications weekly update with our school communications team members. We have about 5 members at each school that have elevated privileges and roles. So they're getting a newsletter now, kind of letting them know, these are the upcoming events. Here's some things you might want to highlight for your school. So really building that brand up and building those school level folks that can be ambassadors of our school district and their schools. And then really leveraging our owned media. So we're able to reach, the parents of 36,000 students. We have a big reach with the tools that we have, just making sure that we're using them effectively and efficiently. And that word of mouth engine, knowing that if we provide that great experience to our families and to our students, they're going to go out and talk about it as well. And so we really want to make sure that we're focused on that. So the future vision from where we are right now, we want to build a future where our message is both strong and wide-reaching. We're starting right now using the platforms that we have. Once we have a very solid foundation of that, then we can continue to look forward to some of those more traditional methods that we might want to build up to once we make sure that we have everything else really smoothly running and updated. Okay. That's all I have for you today. Any questions?
Yeah, that was great.
So I'm going to say Sabrina's doing a great job, Rockstar, Tori is too. I think trying to provide some contrast to what we actually are doing relative to this issue. It's never been a thing before. I can honestly say it's probably been about 18 months ago that we started to look at market share, where are kids going, where are they going, giving exit interviews to families. Why are you going to homeschool? What's going on? Collecting all that data, analyzing that data. You can tell that one of Sabrina's specialties is analytics. There's probably not a data set that she can't find out for you in regard to our website or social media presence and all those sorts of things that I'm not very talented at. She does a very good job at that. So that's kind of the move. So thank you so much for the work that you guys do.
And I just wanted to add that social media is where people go and find information, whether it's correct or incorrect. So I think that we, having that social media presence, the short films, the advertising, what we have going on, whether it's academic, CTE, all that stuff is something that I've been rooting for. So I look forward to seeing those reels or whatever. I mean, you get more engagement off of that, but that has actually brought people back in and seeing our CTE video, things like that. So, all right, thank you.
Great, thanks.
All right, Miss.
I just want to say that I'm not going to ever give up on having a marketing person. I think what we're doing is great. The majority of that is with the people who are already attending our schools. There is a part that was in there that said we need to start doing that outreach. But I'm here to tell you, if you can get 400 students back, Mr. Superintendent, you know exactly how much money that is. And so I think we're doing a great job internally, and I think we're doing a great job with the people that already love us. I'm still concerned about doing a great job with the people who left us. So I think it's something, I realize we are in a budget crunch, but there are ways to pay for marketing. You had it up on the slide. The traditional marketing ways actually do work, but I'm not going to let it go. But I think we're doing a great job at what we're doing, so.
I never say never, it's just like fleet management wasn't a thing till you analyze it, so I agree.
And I think if we strengthen it and then we do some of those ideas that we have, I think it'll be good. Ms. Hanson's gonna give a very, very, very short.
Yeah, super short.
Super short.
I have a super short one paragraph, so I don't get carried away.
Explanation, and we're gonna review.
Yeah, we're gonna move
All
fast.
we're gonna do is say yes or no. That's
All
what
right.
we're gonna do as a board.
So I just real quick have to give a shout out to district personnel. Roger Daly made me feel really good the other day because he actually said, these are his words, you did a great job, you're doing a great job. And I don't know why, you know, the district used to tell me sometimes you just need to hear you're doing a great job. One of the things the board did a great job was our community rubric, and thank you for giving some input about that. But I'm coming to you guys about our community standards. I'm asking for additional language for the board community standards. You can see that language in red. The standards on the rubric have been immensely helpful for our review team at the district level. The additional language will address new themes and strengthen guidelines for purchasing, keeping not only the board safe, but also our students. And I am encouraging you, I think it is something we should do once a year or so, is look at our community standards, talk to district personnel, and see what their needs are. But we don't actually need to vote on this. And so, Madam Chair, I'm hoping we can get consensus to add some new language that will help our district immensely.
Thank you. So we're gonna give you guys a minute to look over this. And then you let me know if you need more time. This is.
Was that short? Was that short? Was
Yes,
that good?
thank you. This is recommended so that they can do their job more effectively and efficiently. So. Do we need any further time?
It's no big deal really, right?
So yes or no, I'm going to start with Mr. Alvaro. Do you give
I'm a yes.
consensus? Yes. And then Ms. Hanson said yes, Ms. Gilhousen, Ms. Clark.
Yeah, you were saying that Mr. Daly's department was agreeable to this.
Yeah,
Correct.
well, they're the experts, and so when I got with them, it made total sense. And obviously, in this world, under our special circumstances, sometimes we have to tweak things.
It was recommended, yes.
All right. All right, meeting, yes. As long as Mr. Blocker sees no issue with this.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I'm a yes. So you have consensus to continue your wonderful work of the people, sir. We greatly appreciate you.
Very welcome.
Really appreciate you.
Thank you. If you need anything else, please reach out and let us know. We're here.
And Mr. Brodsky and board members, I just want to ask, if there's nothing pertinent that you
Nope.
want to emphasize?
I was gonna say, it's going on 5 hours, so I say, if you got a question on the agenda, please call me.
Okay, is everybody good with that?
Yes.
As far as board members are concerned?
Yes.
So at this point, this meeting will be adjourned and we have a safety, this is a, okay, safety and security update with Mr. Boyak. Thank you, everyone.
Yes. Please.
I don't have any.